Okay, dear colleagues, dear friends, good afternoon to everyone. I'm happy and honored that I can welcome you today at our extraordinary Group 2 meeting in Gdansk. For me, it's the first opportunity to be here, so I was really looking forward. And I feel so good in this meeting room because it's a real trade unionist one. So let me start by thanking our Polish colleagues for bringing us here, and I'm sure it's going to be really unforgettable experience. Let me start with the language regime. So we've got active, so you can speak and listen to English, French, German, and Polish. And we've got passive, so you can speak but not listen to Italian and Spanish. So, dear colleagues, dear guests, again, I would like really warmly welcome you to our extraordinary Group 2 meeting in Gdansk. I hope the interpretation works so everyone can hear her own language. It's a great honor to come here to this city because this is definitely one of the birthplaces of NSZZ Solidarność, and therefore of free, independent trade unionism. 45 years after the momentous events of 1980, which paved the way for similar trade union movements across Eastern European countries, no one should forget the contribution made by workers of this city. Since then, events have moved at a rapid and no doubt to many at a bewildering pace. Before I introduce the panelists, I would especially like to thank our Polish colleagues for their great help and support in the organization of this meeting. Thank you very much for your support, colleagues. Let me then directly welcome our first speakers, the leaders of the three Polish trade union confederations, Piotr Duda, President of Independent Self-Governing Trade Union Solidarity, Solidarność. Welcome, Peter. Dorota Gardias, President of the Trade Union Forum. Welcome, Dorota. And Adam Liszczewski, President of the OPZZ Pomorskie Region Council. Welcome, Adam, and our guests would deliver the welcoming addresses. We will then move to our first panel of today's agenda, entitled Is Europe Prepared for Crisis?, which will be moderated by Bartłomiej Mickiewicz, Vice President of NSZZ Solidarność. Here, interventions will follow by Robert Klonowski, Deputy Director of Civil Protection and Crisis Management Department at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Administration, Claudia Miller, Representative of the European Commission, Adrian Bukalowski, Deputy Director of the International Cooperation Department of the National Headquarters of the State Fire Service of Poland, and Julia Barbucci, European and International Policy Department of CGIL, the Italian General Confederation of Labour, and rapporteur of the ESC Subcommittee on Preparedness. After a well-deserved coffee break, then, we will move to our second session on social service workers, first on the front line, work realities and challenges, which will be moderated by Marta Lipke, NSZZ Solidarność, with interventions from Jolanta Maria Itrik-Drabarek, Director of Lukasiewicz Warsaw Institute of Technology, Vice President of the Public Service Council, Elżbieta Żelechowska, Chief of Recruitment and Training Department, Regional Polish Police Headquarters in Gdansk, and Piotr Turowski, representative of NSZZ Solidarność and Vice President of the Mazovian Interregional Firefighting Section. There will be time for a debate and questions to the panelists during these two sessions. Dear speakers, dear guests, dear all, in recent weeks we have witnessed a remarkable change in the mood and action of most EU member states as they seek to reorient the European Union in a new global order. The European Commission recently published the EU's Preparedness Union strategy, which contains a wide range of proposals to step up EU preparedness throughout society, including better crisis response coordination, protecting essential services, stockpiling critical materials, and improved civil-military cooperation. The strategy is supposed to have a holistic approach based on all hazards approach. It focuses on preparing for and responding to all types of hazards rather than addressing them separately. Whole of society approach. All sectors, organizations, and individuals should be involved. And the whole governing approach. Government agencies and departments coordinate and collaborate to address hazards more effectively. And yet, when looking in the text for how the strategy addresses workers, we only find a small paragraph in the Commission's communication dedicated to making available key skills and ensure labor mobility during crisis, which for the Commission means to have effective policies in education and training included for critical functions to ensure that workers have the right competences and can be mobilized across the EU during emergencies. Mentioned like this, for me, it is discouraging. Concrete measures on training for competence development in the workplace are missing in this strategy. There is no right to training established, and when there is some training, most of it takes place in companies in the framework of a compulsory minimalistic health and safety training. Without a right to training ensured by law and negotiated on the ground to tailor-make it to realities, we cannot prepare workers for emergencies. Moreover, the communication limits the role of the social partners to providing information and training of workers. Without true collective bargaining and worker information and consultation on decisions being taken, trade unions cannot prepare workers for emergencies. Negotiating preparedness agreements at company, sector, and national level will root preparedness across workplaces and communities. In any case, many of the measures suggested remain in national governments' hands, and preparedness will mean different things in different countries. Readiness to deal with disasters also will vary widely across the EU member states. However, inequality and in-work poverty are risk factors for preparedness which have not been taken into account. An honest assessment and effective planning must take the reality of those working people who are struggling to put food on the table for today, let alone store it away for some future situation. For these reasons, I am very happy that our meeting today in Gdansk is dedicated to Europe's crisis preparedness from a worker's perspective. It is important for any preparedness plan to also take into account the reality on the ground by including the workplace dimension of ensuring security and preparedness. Dear colleagues, always remember, this union is above all a project of peace, and the fundamental values that unite us are part of our resilience. Therefore, honorable guests, dear colleagues, I would like to give the floor to leaders of the three Polish trade union confederations. Piotr, the floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you so much. I want to welcome all of you very warmly. It is a great honor to me that on behalf of the Foundation Promotion of Solidarity, which is a host of this place, and also on behalf of the National Commission of the Independent Trade Union Solidarity, that I can welcome you here to this conference, to this meeting with this very important title on safety of civil people. It is very important that this subject has been now raised, and in this very place, the place historically so important for the trade unionists in Solidarity. It's here in this post-industrial, post-shipyard area in August 14th, the strike action began because everybody wanted to protect just one worker who operated a crane because she was dismissed from her job because she demanded dignity in her work. And then the shipyard workers, they didn't demand pay raises. They simply wanted to show solidarity with the next person. And as a result of this industrial action, on August 31st, in this very room, in the BHP room, so-called August Agreement was signed with the government, then the communistic government in Poland. An agreement which was written in 21 demands, and you have a copy of this board to the right of the room. And there, on this board, the shipyard workers, they listed their demands, their dreams, which they wanted to pursue, and which the trade union Solidarity, which was established in September 1981, 1980, it is being now in pursuit. So here is the place for the social dialogue. And then in 1980, we thought that this room, it's just one-to-one. It never changed. This is what was here in 1980. The furniture you're sitting on, it comes from 1980. We only miss one piece, because from this event, which we see on the picture from 1980, from August, the smoke from cigarettes, everybody was smoking there. But apart from that, we have everything which was happening then, in August 1980. So to us, to people of Solidarity, it's very important that this place is the place of dialogue. And here we meet as trade unionists in Solidarity, and we talk about issues of companies, trade unions, and also here we have a social dialogue which is radiating positively across trade union Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, to us it is very important that here now that we see that this group now, this group is meeting here. To us, it's an honor to host you here, because this is where we open the door and we never let them close. So that's why now we can live in an independent and free Europe. From January the 1st, Poland has presidency. The presidency in the European Union Council under this beautiful motto, safety of Europe, which is why today's meeting is entitled as it is, because it's all about safety. We, the trade unionists, we are well aware that in each country we are an organized structure. We have our not only national organizations, but in Poland, we have regional, sectoral, and company organizations which serve workers, which serve to provide security and safety in our countries. That's why we are ready to do that as trade unionists. And today, this is what we want to discuss about this important subject in Gdansk, the cradle of solidarity. Once again, thank you for accepting our invitation. And this is the BHP hall to debate for 2 days about things which are important not only to trade unionists in Europe, but to all the workers and to the security. What happened in 2020, I'm talking now about COVID pandemic, then we have war in Ukraine, situation on our eastern border, I'm talking now about Belarus. Well, all of it makes us initiating talks about security for civil people. Well, and so it's very important for civilians to have good protection. In our country, we have a lot to do, and I hope that this meeting will help us to give good conclusions to the decision makers, so that not only in Poland, but also in your countries, in Europe, so that we should feel safe enough and secure enough. And that's why we have the European Trade Union Confederation to support us in all of it. And also the advisory contact EEC. Well, EECS. I am also a representative, together with Dorota, of the Social Dialogue Council. And it's my honor to be here my second term. I'm the chairman of the Social Dialogue Council in Poland. It's an advisory body for the government, and together with government, together with the employer organizations, we should be providing advice and recommendations. Well, I don't want to complain today. We have no time to do that. But recently, the dialogue is going not too well. But I need to raise one issue because you were dealing with, I mean, the directive about adequate minimum pay and collective bargaining. The directive was to be implemented to the Polish law till it was to be implemented by November 2024. Such an important directive. We were fighting for it, not only as trade unionists in Poland, but I know that many countries in the European Union were fighting for that. Unfortunately, until today, we are still asking our Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, and the Polish government to implement this very important document to the Polish legislation so that we could embark on real collective bargaining at the company level, on sectoral level, so that will raise the standard of people work. But still, together with Dorota, we are happy that we can welcome you here, not as trade unionists, but also as representatives of the Polish Social Dialogue Council. Have a nice day in Gdansk and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Dorota. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you to Poland. And what's also important, in a very special place to its newest, most recent history. And although today I represent the Trade Union Forum as its chairwoman, I am glad as a citizen, as a trade union activist, that together, as Europeans, we will have the honor of discussing employees in this historic BHP hall. Because it's here where the important history was written. It is here that the vision of just Poland was outlined, a country which would respect workers' rights, a country which would recognize employees as an equal element of socio-economic development. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the main host, Chairman of Solidarity, Piotr Duda, for making the BHP Hall available, because it has great symbolic significance. Poland, despite its history and experience, which owes its independence and victory over totalitarianism to the trade union movement, still needs solutions to become a state of full solidarity and true sustainability. We are an integral part of the European family, and our ambition is to become, to set an example to other social partners, the trade union movement. We need a community of solutions in terms of counteracting crisis, in terms of cooperation regarding public services, and common perspectives, common responses to threats that we face as employees. The next 2 days will be spent declining the word crisis, but crisis will not necessarily have the meaning something definitely bad or ultimately negative. Crisis is also an opportunity for a new beginning. Crisis may release new energy, encourage cooperation, may build the ability to dialogue. The Poles are particularly famous for being able to stay together in the face of crisis. They can be united. I believe that the atmosphere of this place where we met, our common experience, will allow us to look at crisis as an opportunity for important and necessary changes. I wish you fruitful discussions and the joy of being in Gdansk, the cradle of freedom and solidarity of working people. Thank you.
Dorota, Adam, the floor is yours.
Madam Chairman, Madam Chairwoman, colleagues, trade unionists, I'm with you, and I'm the biggest trade union confederation, OPZZ. No, that's not the truth. It's not the biggest one. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Please remember that OPZZ is a member organization of the European Trade Union Confederation. We are very happy that for over 20 years after Poland joined the European Union, people from OPZZ have been in the Social Economic Committee. And here I want to say my hello to my colleagues who represent OPZZ and act very actively in this committee. My name is Adam Niszczerski. I come from Gdansk. I was born here, so I've been living here for 70 years. I'm the chairperson in Pomorskie, and I also a member of the OPZZ Council, which operates in Warsaw. And also it's my honor to be a chairman of the Federation of Trade Unions of Maritime Industry. So along the coastline in Poland, from Szczecin to Gdansk. Our organizations are everywhere, in all the shipyards, in all the ports in Poland. And it's my honor to represent Piotr Ostrowski, the chairman of OPZZ, who today had to be in Warsaw at the meeting of Presidium of OPZZ. But I want to confirm that he will be with us tomorrow. Now we kept telling that I want to welcome you to our beautiful Gdansk in this unique historical BHP hall, where in 1980, headed by later Nobel Prize winner and the President of Poland, Lech Wałęsa, and we can see him on this picture. So headed by him, we made new world in Poland. I represent OPZZ. And in 1980, I was in August in this room. First, I was standing outside the gate, and then I could come in, at least for a moment, and enjoy what was happening there, what we achieved. But I represent OPZZ, and I want to thank you that this important conference, important meeting is organized in our beautiful Gdansk during the Polish presidency in this historical BHP hall, where everything began, and where with huge support from Piotr, we may use it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, I was the president of the Regional Social Dialogue Council in Gdansk, and then we encountered a lot of social and workers' problems as a result of the COVID pandemic. But with the contribution of all the parties in the dialogue and with the technological revolution, which then flourished, we could normally, almost normally function. We know that similar things may happen again. We need to be ready. Who could have forecasted that so many threats in Europe, in the world, would take place? Who would know that 20 years after the war in Yugoslavia, we'll be having such this civil war? Who could have forecasted that all of a sudden the Russians would hit Ukraine and we'll be having yet another war, a very realistic threat for Europe? So the attack on Ukraine and all of it, it's happening in Europe. And we celebrated recently 80 years after the end of the World War II. It was only a blink of an eye. It may happen again. So we have to do a lot so that everything will be just anniversaries and that it won't happen again. It is not my intention to assess Donald Trump in his policy, but his attempts to take over Greenland, aggressive statements about Mexico and Canada are unacceptable. And it has impact on public opinion. The financial markets, world economies, they are really in trouble. And we also see aggressive policy against Europe. We need to be ready. Yet another challenge is demography. Our societies in the EU are aging, which means that we have not too many people in the production age. What to do to have employees, to have workers, and and we need to improve birth rates. Otherwise, we will need to allow workers from other parts of Europe to come to us. And here, I want to say that we will have the economic migration to Europe, but integration should be done properly. What else will we be having? Well, the change of economies because of the climate changes. If changes, then how the workers will be perceived there, because the workers should be in focus, the most important link in every process. We know that government and big CEO will manage, but the workers, we don't want them to pay for all the costs of the economic and energy transition. If only they are to pay, then we may be certain that the transition won't work. It won't be a just transition. Nevertheless, I'm convinced that workers in the European Union will be determined to prove on which side we are, where we have our place. And without us, there will be no just European Union. I wish you a fruitful meeting. Thank you for listening to me, and all the best.
Actually, thank all the three of you, because you have been mentioning the different aspects and elements we might be touching throughout the 2 days meeting here in Gdansk. So thank you very much. I hope you will have the chance to stay with us for a moment. So thank you by now, and I would like to invite the members of the first panel to come to the podium.
I'll give you the presidency.
So everyone nicely here. Thanks for coming here to the podium. So after the scene setting part, we can actually directly go to the first session called Is Europe Prepared for Crisis? And thanks, Bartłomiej, for chairing this first part of the meeting. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo. Pozwolicie Państwo, że...
Thank you so much. If it's okay with you, I will try and speak Polish. I'm really happy to be able to moderate the first panel. It seems that it's a really strategic panel, and hopefully we'll be able to discuss the main policies, both for European policy, and I hope that we will be able to discuss the things we've achieved in Poland in this area, because hopefully there are things that we can be really proud of, and that's because Poland has introduced its act on civil protection. It's now taking effect. So civil protection and civil defense is a topic that we addressed some time ago, and now we have this piece of legislation ready. We are implementing it. As we know, our country, Poland, is having to deal with many problems. Well, and they are particularly acute when it comes to the eastern border of Poland, which is also the border of the European Union. So it should be important for everyone involved. We get floods, there's a war going on, there's migration going on. And it's obviously not about economic migration because, as we know, at least it's clear here in in Poland, I hope Europe can see it as well, which is that the migration we're seeing now has nothing to do with economic migration. This is just part of a regular hybrid war. And that's something we have to face. There's another major problem, which is the aggression by the Russian Federation in Ukraine, and Poland is bordering on Ukraine, making this a big problem for Poland as well. But we also have internal problems. In other EU countries, there are problems such as volcanoes and other events or disasters. Those are the things that don't affect Poland, but what does affect Poland is, for example, flooding. The flood in the south of Poland affected vast areas of land, but we dealt with it somehow. But at the end of the day, we have the strategic question that we have to face, whether it's companies or workers or trade unions. Can everyone try and improve safety and security? What can we do? What steps can we take to improve safety and security? Sitting on the panel today, we have representatives. We have a representative of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Administration, and hopefully we'll be able to find out from Robert Klonowski how things are. Hopefully he will tell us more about Poland's presidency. As it happens, it's now Polish presidency in the EU. So hopefully we'll learn more about safety and security from the perspective of the Civil Protection Act. We'd love to learn more about this. Following this intervention, the next speaker will be Claudia Miller, representative of the European Commission. I understand you would like to talk us through the EU preparedness policy, and hopefully, and I'm sure you will find the answers to this question, I'm sure this will be consistent with the Polish legislation on civil protection, but we'd like to know more about how things are across the EU, what are the plans, the assumptions, and what would be the role of the workers, especially trade unions. How can we contribute to the security policy? Next, we have Adrian Bucałowski representing the Polish State Fire Service. And I hope he'll be able to talk us through about the role of the State Fire Service. And it's really important because in the civil protection system in Poland, the State Fire Service has an important role to play. And by the way, my background is specifically from the fire service. I'm a firefighter and originally, and the State Fire Service has a major role to play. And finally, we will have Giulia Barbucci. And on this, I hope to learn more about what the committee is doing on coordinating this with the workers and trade union members and with trade unions across Europe. So what are the things, the steps that are being taken? Because it's important to coordinate all these activities. And what is the role of workers and trade unions on this? I think, I may not know a lot, but I think there's a lot to be done. And so as trade unions, workers, and companies, I'm sure we have a lot to contribute to this. So now I would like to hand it over to the representative of the Ministry of the Interior Administration. Robert, over to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you could please put up my slides. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers for having me. I represent the other side of the dialogue. As we know, the dialogue of workers and employers is anything but easy. On many occasions, we debate, we argue, but when it comes to civil protection and civil defense, I think it's that area where we join forces. To me, as a Pole, I have to say it's such a moving moment to be able to sit in this place and see this perspective. And it makes me feel like the people felt when they were here signing the August agreements. Back then, I was 9 years old, but I knew, I could sense, I was following this on television, and I knew that this was a historic moment. And now with the agreement signed, that was going to change Poland. 44 years on, I have to say, that actually came true. And I hope that the Act on Civil Protection and Civil Defense, because it is revolutionizing the safety and security system in Poland. And I hope 44 years later, counting from today, people will look back on this act and be equally impressed. Well, as I was preparing this presentation, what I had in mind is the backgrounds that you represent. The Civil Protection Civil Defense Act is such a comprehensive piece of legislation, and that's why I'm only going to pick the social aspects, because I think that this may be more interesting to you. And the questions I have are linked to the questions of this conference. Is Europe ready for crises? Is Poland ready for crises? Is this act going to help us with this? Well, hopefully, this will be the case. If we have someone there operating this, okay. So I'm going to change the slides. And it's working. That's great. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Sauli-Niinistö report, Safer Together. I'm personally a great fan of this document, but it's not just a document, it's the message that it has for all Europeans. And that's why I'm going to use different quotes from that report, because to me, they set the milestones for internal security in Poland and in Europe. The first quote is so important. Security is the foundation on which everything is built. Everything begins with security. If we're not secure, if we don't feel secure, we cannot talk about development in any way, whether it's individual or societal development. However, if we stop to think about the word security, I have this open question to everyone. What is one of the main factors contributing to security? What makes us feel secure, whether it's Poland or anywhere else? Well, here's my answer. It's trust. Trust is the foundation on which security is built. Yes, it's trust. That's trust. Well, that matters. Security is built on trust, and trust comes in multiple levels. It's trust between people, between institutions, between the government, citizens. In terms of trust in Poland, and let's be open about this, this is a serious problem in Poland. We know from worldwide surveys conducted by Ipsos looking at global trustworthiness. The survey from last year shows, sadly, that Poland is at the is one of the last countries. Its trust is only at 16% compared to global average at 30%. Now look at Europe, Sweden at 60%, Norway 65%, and Germany, and we like comparisons to Germany, it's 45%. So we're very much behind. We're only ahead of Turkey with its trust at 11%. So what this shows is how much is still to be done and to catch up on. Unless we have trust, we won't be able to build any processes of security. And this is what was in the back of our minds when we're creating this piece of legislation. And we defined the term of social resilience for the first time. And that social resilience, as it's defined in the Act, is simply individual and group ability of people to meet their basic living needs, including having their own stocks of necessary products and their ability to cooperate with civil protection entities, as well as to acquire competence, to understand threats, to prevent hazards, and to behave properly in case of a crisis. It's so important. And yes, definitions may be debatable, but what we've done is we've created a foundation in this act. This gives us the legal foundation to build upon. Here's another quote from Ninisto, which is, as I said, a milestone. It's about public engagement. Comprehensive preparedness must put citizens at its core, because it's the citizens that have to be at the heart of the regulation. And that's exactly what the regulation does. This piece of legislation is not focusing around administration or government bodies or rescue services. The main focus of this legislation is the citizen, and that was our point of departure. And we paid a lot of attention to this aspect. One of the key elements and the fruit of the Act, which is now being implemented, is what's called the Security Handbook or Guide. Well, the idea for this piece of work, well, it has double functions. On the one hand, its job is to prepare the people of Poland for crises during peace and war. But on the other hand, it has this important role to play, which would be to rebuild the social ties and the trust that Poland is lacking so severely. This handbook was written by 3 ministries: the Ministry of the Interior Administration, Ministry of National Defense, and the Government Center for Security. We began work in January this year, as soon as the act took effect. We had several dozens of experts representing different disciplines, and they were supporting us. We are now completing the online version. It will be published on our website soon. In May or June, we are now going through a broad public consultation involving NGOs that are active in civil security and rescue services. We have this ambition, or in fact it's a plan. The paper version of this brochure should be available in every household in Poland this autumn. Our work on this brochure, it's not like we're reinventing the wheel here, because what we actually did is we found similar guidebooks in more than 20 countries across the world. Some of them are listed here, like the Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, France, Finland, Germany, Japan, Latvia, Norway, South Korea, Sweden, Ukraine, and the USA. So these are some of the countries that have similar guidebooks, which we analyzed and used for our purposes. What are the conclusions from the analyses? Well, what we found is that more than 70% of the content of such brochures, regardless of the origin, which country they come from. So the 70% of the content is the same, simply because many topics are identical. That is self-sufficiency, it's public education, it's warning systems, and public communication. There may be differences between these guides, but the main differences are down to the geographic location, the historic experience of the countries, and the current situation of those countries. But one thing is clear, which is that public trust is something that is built through work like this. Well, in fact, it may be built or achieved through such work. And what's really important, public trust is something to be built before a crisis emerges, not while it's happening. That's why it's our ambition to take steps right here, right now, as soon as possible. I'm going to share with you another source, because we come here from different countries, so I thought it would be interesting to see how the different topics are placed in the different countries in terms of individual preparedness and gathering supplies. This is the main part in all these books. However, Finland, France, Estonia, Sweden, Czechia, Ukraine, Norway, and Germany have the highest coverage. Germany, up until not long ago, was the record breaker in Europe in terms of the number of days of self-sufficiency. The idea was to be self-sufficient for 10 days. They want their societies to be ready for that long. But what we have in the Niinistö report, and because of the work that we do in working groups, especially the PROSIV group, plus there's this exchange of experience. So all of these things have helped them understand that 10 days is too long. And now Germany has reduced this down to 3 days. I think what we're seeing here is that European countries are quite unanimous. Because 3 days is just right. That should be enough for any household to be able to stay safe and alive, and that's long enough for the state to organize effective help for the citizens. Alarm and warning systems. 20% of the content of every book is occupied by alarm and warning systems. And we have Czechia, Japan, South Korea, Scandinavia, and Baltic states. Evacuation and shelters, a very hot topic, especially in recent months in Poland when it comes to shelters. Well, it's no surprise to see that Ukraine, Finland, Latvia, Sweden, Estonia are dedicating a lot of content to this. Those countries, as you will have noticed, neighbor on the same country. Is this a coincidence? I don't think so. Disinformation. Ukraine puts a priority on this. From the beginning of the war, Ukraine has been severely affected by cyber attacks and information warfare, or as they say, cognitive warfare. Now, first aid and psychological support. This is seen in Sweden, Finland, Norway, France, Denmark, and the US. CBRN threats, which is chemical, biological, radioactive, and nuclear threats. The countries include Czechia, Germany, Latvia, Estonia, Japan, and South Korea. And when it comes to cybersecurity, it's 5%, Estonia, South Korea, and Denmark. But we do know now that with the dynamically changing reality, cybersecurity, well, as societies, we are more and more digitalized. As a result, cybersecurity is being pushed to the front more and more. In our brochure, in our book, it's going to take up more than 5%. Next up, here's another quote from my favorite Ninisto report. Ladies and gentlemen, and here it is. The better prepared we are for anything that we can reasonably anticipate, the more capable we will be to deal with unforeseeable events. Right, so we should be prepared for what we can reasonably anticipate, and this will increase our capability to deal with unforeseeable events. Well, this is immensely interesting and inspiring. It's such an important message. So much so I would say that it's one of the foundations of our Civil Protection and Civil Defense Act. It took effect in Poland as of January 1st, 2025. That's when the act was introduced. So we're now implementing it, have been doing it for 4 months and a little bit longer. It's such an extensive document, more than 200 articles. It's so big that it would deserve a separate conference. So I'm just going to be brief. This document is revolutionary when it comes to civil protection and civil defense. Poland took some 30 years before the act was introduced, and it wasn't until the new geopolitical situation that we found sufficient political will for this act, for this piece of legislation to take effect. And we took advantage of the best examples from across Europe. And as you heard from the people before me, we used all the different approaches, like whole of government, whole of society, and all of hazards. All of these approaches are reflected in the Act, and they are the engines behind this legislation. Because obviously, as well as this piece of legislation, there will be secondary legislation with some 19 ordinances that will give the details on how the different activities will be implemented. There is a very important thing in this act, which is that responsibility for civil defense and civil protection is moved. It's no longer part of the military. It's no longer the Minister of National Defense. This responsibility is now the remit of the Minister of the Interior Administration. And the minister is also the head of the country's civil defense. But there is one thing which is sort of overarching for the act, and that's partnership in the broad sense. Partnership at the political and organizational and social level. I cannot think of another piece of legislation like this. I don't think there is any other act that gives so much importance to the role of NGOs. I think we're quite lucky in Poland. Over the turbulent 150 years of our history, Poland has been able to develop a strong movement of voluntary fire service. Voluntary fire services are an actual emergency and firefighting army with 16,000 units spread across the country evenly, adding up to 250,000 responders, people who are ready and trained as first responders. They have the support of 30,000 professional firefighters, and the chairman is one of them. And they create what's called the Polish firefighting system. It will be celebrating its 30 years, and it is one of the best firefighting and rescue services in Europe. So because we are so proud of how the system works, we use this as a basis to build our new system for civil protection and civil defense. But having the partnership is not just about voluntary fire services. It also involves other NGOs in the area. Trade unions have an important role to play here as well. Perhaps not so much when it comes to helping in emergencies, but other things such as social integration, humanitarian aid, and emergency help, and educational activities, including civil protection. Yeah, that's very important. Okay, I'm done. And here's my final quote from the report. Preparedness is built with actions instead of words. So it's actions, not words. I'm sure over the next 2 days, you'll be using and uttering lots of words, but it's important to convert these words into real actions. When it comes to Poland and Polish presidency, we have 2 specific proposals on what can be done under the main theme, which is Security Europe. So these are the 2 proposals. The first one is to introduce a unified European siren alarm system. An audio and a siren system, just like we have 112 as an emergency number. It is our dream. Anywhere in Europe, if a European hears the siren, they should know what that siren means. We are embarking on this journey. It's going to be an uphill climb, we understand, but you have to start somewhere. And we believe that having this unified system will improve the security of Europeans. And here's our second proposal, part of the multi-annual financial framework. We propose to create the European Preparedness Fund. So these are the very concrete 2 proposals that we have that we want to hand over to the Danes and Cyprians. So let me say it again. Preparedness is built with actions instead of words. Thank you.
Dziękuję.
Thank you very much. And now we'll try to confront our Polish perspective with different perspective. I just want to mention when we talk about what Robert now has said, that the national system and the symbiosis between the fire brigades and voluntary fire brigades this is, well, I may say that it's very unique in Europe and very unique in the world. If someone wants to learn more about it, I just want to encourage you to learn how it works in Poland, because the truth is that here we have something to brag about, and the symbiosis results in much higher security, I believe. Claudia Miller now. Over to you, perspective from the European Commission, the strategy for preparedness.
Claudia Miller, I work for the European Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear members, dear colleagues, dear unionists. It's a pleasure now for me to speak from the perspective of the European Commission. Is Europe prepared for crisis? And maybe also as a very short introduction on myself, first of all, it is a big honor to be here in Gdansk, which is the city of my mother, who went to the Lyceum, the first Lyceum across the street from here. And it is also a big honor to speak here in Solidarność, which was historically decisive, as we all know, and as also Robert Kłonowski has quoted inter alia, and where we had big changes going throughout all of Europe and all of the world, and which also personally impacted my life living in Germany and coming from a Polish family. So maybe this also leads to the topic now today: is Europe prepared for crisis? This was the end of history, basically, and we are now moving towards a new period, and this links very nicely to the first, there it is, to the first slide. I will talk you now through the Preparedness Union strategy, which has been already named by numerous speakers here. And in a way, it is also much easier to talk after the speakers before me, because it is very complementary. And it is also impressive to see the presentation of Robert Kłonowski on the Polish model. You will find a lot of elements which are the same. And I think it is really a very good example how across Europe we have started a process where we build a common understanding. So we start, first of all, from the picture that has been painted by many also of the deteriorating risk landscape, Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, rising geopolitical tensions, COVID-19 pandemic, natural disasters, floods to droughts, forest fires, etc. We are faced with new crises, and none of the major crises of the past years were isolated or short-lived, but they are part of a broader trend. I just recently want to mention the blackouts that we have seen in Spain and Portugal. Again, events that I think none of us could have imagined, even in very good scenario building that we will have been doing. And also to mention, I work in DG ECHO, so the Commission part that deals with the civil protection. We see that also very much in our mechanism. We have a mechanism in place when a country is overwhelmed by a natural disaster in particular. It can ask for help with us, and we ask if other countries have at their disposal means to help them. And we have seen that in the period 2000 till 2020, we had about 20 till 30 requests for assistance, where one member state was overwhelmed to deal with a disaster it was facing. And since 2020, we have more than 100 requests per assistance annually. So the request that we are seeing at the level of the EU shows that single countries are more and more often overwhelmed to deal on their own with a specific situation. Let me see. The former Finnish president, Sauli Niinistö, has also already been mentioned numerous times here. And he has been preparing his report. That was the predecessor to or not the predecessor, the kind of background thinking. It was not a commission document, but the own thinking on how we could deal with this new evolving risk landscape that we are facing, and that we need to think in new terms. So this is his report on strengthening Europe's civilian and military preparedness. And this report in particular called for a profound change of mindset on how we see security, and recognize that preparedness is not only a national responsibility, but a shared European endeavor. We, as the Commission and inter alia, the unit where I am working on, we read carefully through this whole report, took from it the parts that we found important and the relevant recommendations, and building on that, we drafted the Preparedness Union strategy. I will briefly come to the Preparedness Union strategy and its big blocks and outlines. So with the landscape that we have been seeing now, we have seen that member states are overwhelmed, and we have seen this evolving European risk landscape and the need for more proactive, integrated and upscaled approach, and this is really behind this strategy. How do we address the shortcomings? So we have seen that the EU crisis management in the past, for example, when it comes to COVID-19, has been mostly reactive rather than proactive. This was also linked to an insufficient use of strategic foresight, anticipation, early warning tools, and we have not brought together all the different tools that we have. Second, we have also seen that the EU crisis management toolbox is fragmented across different institutions, services, agencies, and there are gaps between cross-sectoral and cross-border coordination. There's a deficit in civil-military coordination, and we also need to better connect internal and external policies. Third, we have also seen that the existing structures and mechanisms that we have at EU level have limits in scale and resources. And we have also seen the importance to have a whole-of-society approach, so to engage all of society and see preparedness as a common endeavor of everyone. So you see all the principles behind it that have also already been cited by Robert Kłonowski, and that you can find again in the Polish strategy of all hazard, whole of government and whole of society. Maybe also to kind of clarify here in a more national context, the scope of what the Preparedness Union strategy covers and what it doesn't cover. It is not legislation, it is really a strategy at EU level. It deals with civilian preparedness. There has been another strategy on the military, so on defense, a white paper on defense that came out at the same time. It deals with European preparedness at the European level. It deals where the EU can add value to member states, and it doesn't change any competences. This is also very relevant when it comes, for example, to the chapter of population preparedness. And it is a vision until the end of the mandate and including the next multi-annual financial framework. This is the EU budget that we will be working on now. Maybe just one word on the perception of this strategy, which might be interesting here also. So it was published end of March, and the media reception was overall positive, but very different regionally when you look at the EU. So while in southern member states, it was very much now the EU is preparing us for war. Why do we need to prepare for war was the big question. This is panic. I think for people here in Poland, this is not a question. I mean, and we have seen that also already from the previous presentation. So this already shows how the concepts of security in different member states start from different points, whereas some are focused very much on natural disasters, climate change, others see much more the geopolitical risks. So the strategy then comes to different building blocks on which it contains concrete key actions, 30 key actions, 63 actions overall, so another 33 actions. In these different building blocks, I will just shortly talk you through. So we have, first of all, foresight and anticipation, which is a starting point to better understand what to prepare for and anticipate future crises and disasters. And very important also to go through the all-hazard approach. So whether it is a natural disaster or a geopolitical crisis, typically consequences can be similar, and we can also prepare for different disasters in the same way, and we also need to see the interlinkages between the different types of disasters and the consequence that the effect, for example, of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine can have on sunflower oil in Belgium. So the geopolitical crisis can lead to lack of supplies elsewhere. Second, the second chapter deals with the resilience of vital societal functions, so really in a broad sense. And this is about creating a common understanding at European level what for all of us together are our essential societal services for which we need to ensure continuity in all potential crisis circumstances. The third chapter is on population preparedness, and I will give you more examples on this one, but I think also what Robert Konowski already showed you on the specific brochure that is being prepared in Poland at national level shows you concrete means of how populations are prepared at national level. This is a national competence, very important also, but how you can transfer knowledge across different practices that exist across the EU, and how we as the Commission can help also to share this knowledge across different member states. The fourth chapter deals with the public-private cooperation. We see overall in crisis management, in dealing with crisis, how the role of the private sector is not sufficiently used ultimately, and the private sector that is responsible for supply chains, for supplying vaccines, critical materials, etc. So this is really about how we can coordinate and cooperate better with the private sector. The fifth chapter is on civ-mil cooperation, so same idea here again. How can we strengthen here our cooperation, both when it comes to natural catastrophes where the military can support, but also, of course, in the scenario of an armed aggression. A chapter on how we can all better work together at national level, at EU level, in the phase of crisis response. And the last chapter on the external partnerships and how, by working with partners, we can enhance our own resilience. Just very shortly, I will come to the specific actions that you find under the chapter 3, under the population preparedness. Just to give you an idea of the nature that we are proposing here. First of all, it is really the whole society that is the backbone of this strategy. It is the whole of society approach that is behind it. The more population is prepared, the easier it is also for the state then to deal with more vulnerable groups, for example, that can prepare less well, and how all of this interplays. We have recently published a Eurobarometer survey that shows that half of the Europeans, 49%, do not feel well informed about disaster risks, and 65% of them need more information to be able to prepare for disasters or emergencies. And this also links very back to the example of the brochure that is being prepared here. So we have the actions in the chapter of the population preparedness that deal with improving the early warning systems to reach the population, increasing awareness about risks and threats. We also, we as the Commission will develop guidelines to reach a population self-sufficiency of minimum 72 hours. There is an action on including preparedness in school education curricula and training of educational staff that we will support. Again, this is a national competence, so we can support it as the EU, to promote preparedness in youth programs and to attract talents to reinforce the EU's preparedness. So these are examples of very concrete actions also where I think specifically trade unions can then play a role to enhance population preparedness overall. I want to create one short hook for Adrian Bucałowski, who will be speaking after me, just naming 3 actions that are very specific to civil protection. So there is an action that for us to revise the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. That is the mechanism of solidarity where we help member states in case of a disaster that overwhelms them. To build an EU crisis coordination hub, building on our center that we have in DG ECHO. And we also have an emergency reserve, which is called Rescue at EU level, to boost this emergency reserve when a single member state is overwhelmed and the whole system is overwhelmed, as we have seen, for example, in COVID, when no vaccines were available anywhere anymore and no member state could help any other one because of lack of tools. I will just finish with what comes next. Or the Preparedness Union strategy is really the beginning of a process. As I said, it lists the actions that we have there, and we're now in the process of establishing a monitoring process. And of course, we have read with great attention the opinion of the European Economic and Social Committee, which we will consider in our implementation. And this is subject to the Polish presidency, but there might be European Council conclusions in June 2025, equally from the heads of state and government, to give us recommendations. So just to conclude, is Europe prepared for crisis? I think we have started from a point where we really can say no. I think we're starting to build a process where we are coming together around the topic of preparedness and being better prepared for crisis. And this is now a path that we will need to implement to better come together and have a genuine European preparedness. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. So now we'll be getting to Adrian Bucałowski from National Headquarters of the State Fire Service of Poland. Thank you. And well, in the beginning, I want to tell you that it's an honor to me to be able to participate in this meeting of KESE. It's not the first opportunity during Polish presidency when I have this opportunity to take floor. I had an opportunity before to talk and participate in a debate in a section on employment and social affairs, and it was on civic society in crisis for EECS. I'm so happy with today's meeting, and I'm happy that I can talk to the workers and the world of labor. And I believe, and I think that my colleagues will agree with me, that talking about safety and security without you has no sense at all, because no matter what kind of action to improve protection of society, they would need to involve society and workers, those who are directly employed in security sectors, people who are the front line, who responds directly, like firemen, rescuers, people who manage crisis, counteracting and providing better resilience, but also workers who participate in voluntary campaigns, and all of you who represent authorities or companies for efficient operation of state and economy during crisis time. When we talk about comprehensive threats, which we heard before, well, my colleagues were talking about, but talking without you, without your participation, we will not build up a comprehensive and coherent safety and security system in the European Union. Today, I will try to inspire you a little bit by the success story of the European protection system, the civil protection system. And its grounds are in the Lisbon Treaty. And as you see in this slide, Its basic assumption to support and complement member states at all levels in prevention, preparedness, and response to disasters. All types of disasters, both natural disasters and civilization disasters, or intentional human activity. The job of the European Civil Protection is to promote operational cooperation between national civil protection services. And if you want to translate it into simple language, it's about having joint rescue, international rescue operations in countries which are touched by such crisis. And also, the job of it is to promote consistency in international civil protection work, because at spot of the crisis, the European Union is one of many actors coming there, and it's very important for all these actors to cooperate, and they do not, so that there won't be any overlapping, and they should use the opportunities to the best possible way. The biggest success is the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. The Union Civil Protection Mechanism, which was established in the beginning of 2000, as the system of cooperation of the EU member states, which would provide joint support after catastrophe. Its main idea was to coordinate the EU response operations, so good cooperation between rescue services and services which would provide support in events which took place in the European Union or outside the European Union. The system was then developed and complemented by certain tools to build up national resources and international resources. But for some years now, the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, these are joint commitments in managing risk for the EU. Under the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism, we had 36 countries, not only European Union, but also others, which from 2001, they participated in over 700 operations and responded to 700 requests for assistance. We managed to come up with a pool of pre-committed and EU-developed response capacities. So for many years now, we do not operate only in response, like spontaneous support, but we maintain the reserves of resources for international actions. We came up with greatly operating emergency response coordination center with which is located in Brussels, and 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it monitors catastrophes across the world, and it is in touch with contact points, focal points in other countries, and thus it guarantees support in any event. At this slide, you see one of the solutions operating under the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. This is the European pool. This is one of this pool which is ready, the resources which are ready to be used in case of events which overwhelm national states. Well, there have been 148 offered response capacities. This will be rescue teams, firemen, equipment, other rescue teams, which help to respond to different types of threats starting from forest fires, floods, construction failures, CRM activities, which may come not only to the European Union, but to the entire world. Because however, 37 states would provide the support, but this help may reach across the world, to any country. An international organization may ask for support under the EU mechanism. A new solution, which is now valid for some time, this is the rescue. Although we had good commitment from the member states, still, at the European scale, we have defined some threats which would require contracting additional resources. And many countries decided to develop such resources, which are in readiness to be launched whenever we have some niche threats or threats of a scale which would exceed a normal preparedness of the national states. We are happy that Poland is one of the leaders in maintaining the rescue resources, and the State Fire Brigade is a leading actor there, but also the governmental agency of this is a new player on the national civil protection field, an institution which was established in response to the challenges coming from the coronavirus or COVID pandemics. Well, it was about having materials, and it was then complemented by strategic reserves for other threats. The EU civil protection mechanisms work in a very simple way. A country that decides that it would require support would ask Brussels or ESCC, which would generate the request to the EU civil protection mechanism. And they decide whether they may provide the support, and they offer support which is acceptable by the country which would be receiving it. The support is sent then, and the European Commission provides additional tools which support financially or organizationally this support and having operations. And the European Commission may also send a team of national experts who would take care of assessment of the needs on the ground and consulting in key niche type of expertise. Since the very beginning of the EU civil protection mechanism, it was initiated over 700 times. You may see the statistics for 2024, where we had 59 activations, so 59 requests for support, and different types of threats, as you see them listed here, also across the world geographically. I've said a lot about response, but in the recent years, we got more mature, and we could talk not only about responding to threats already materialized, but jointly we may think on how to counteract the threats. We use statistics. We use statistics which say that €1 invested in prevention will give savings in 4 or 7 euros on the costs of response. And because of that, for many years now, we have been supporting the prevention and preparedness systems in member states. And all of it is supported by a variety of tools, which we have established together with the European Union. We have the system of training program and exercises, of exchange of experts, short-term visits, which would help them to see the best practices in other countries. We have also the system of peer reviews, which help to make assessments by foreign experts of some chosen aspects of civil protection in national states. The mechanism is supporting partnership facilitation and scientific advice and innovation. We are used now to simple threats, but for many years now, we have noticed a change. We see change in the threat landscape. Other speakers told about it, and our crises they become complex. We have long-term war in Ukraine. We had COVID pandemics, and then the Ukrainian war is about support from each sector. We have forest fires, which have been implicated mainly by climate change, and they are a huge challenge to countries in Southern Europe. But also the countries of Southern Europe, they received additional teams of, they had additional teams of fire brigades. Now it's not enough to have them till September, but they need to be in readiness in October. But we have seen such forest in November.
Przegląd.
We have prepared an overview of risks in the EU. The European Commission put it together based on member state contributions. And what this overview shows is that on a European scale, the most dangerous for humans are infectious diseases and heat waves. The biggest economic losses are caused by storms, floods, earthquakes. Risk drivers, and that will be those factors that particularly affect the risk landscape. Destabilization, geopolitics, high on the agenda. Climate change, urbanization. If you think there is not another coronavirus pandemic around the corner, I have bad news for you, because the settlements for humans are being built closer and closer to the natural habitats of animals. And we are not immune to their diseases. So there will be an interface. There will be big human movements, and pandemics, global pandemics, will become an increasing threat. Aging population, environmental degradation, technological dependence. These are some of the risk drivers. We use technologies increasingly often, but they are prone to problems. It has to be all hazard, whole of government, whole of society. Those ideas were mentioned by the previous speakers as well. So we have to follow European policies. We have Protect EU, which is targeting really the forces and the services responsible for enforcing regulations. But it's also about strengthening the defense sector and also the white paper on readiness 2030. I won't go into the preparedness strategy. Claudia has explained that already, but can I just say that yes, we agree. We have to take actions in all of these areas listed in the strategy. This is the only way to ensure that we have a comprehensive and unified response. We are now enhancing the ERCC. It's really been a great success. It's a very well-functioning center. Now the EU wants to turn ERCC into a crisis, like a central crisis center for all of the EU. We are now thinking about how to include civil defense or civil protection actions, so what to do in case of war. Under Polish presidency, there is a special priority, which is communications regarding civil defense. So basically, ways to support any information about crises as they are happening. It's about the needs of vulnerable people, and it's important to provide information that we need to counteract threats. It's also about psychological and behavioral aspects. It's about preventing panic, public panic, disinformation, fake news, and making a better use of new technologies to communicate civil defense actions. And finally, can I just say, all the conclusions from civil defense work, and in this period, I preside over the working group on civil defense. Well, we keep saying that the society is the backbone of resilience building, and you are part of that as workers. Everything we do has to be put in the context of varied threats, because they include day-to-day risks and bigger threats. And whatever we do should address the entire crisis cycle. It's not just about responding. It's about preventing, preparing, and recovering. We need the engagement of individuals. We need the engagement of business and civil society. And it's not just because we want them to support how threats are managed, but it's also about strengthening public integration. Now with those risks and threats coming from Russia, the best way to prevent hybrid threats is to have a strong and integrated society. With a poor society, they will be more vulnerable to attacks of enemy countries. We don't concentrate on the EU only as the fire service. We also tap into other organizations such as NATO, the UN, but also on a regional level, the Visegrad Group, the Baltic Sea States Council. We are also happy to be a member of the CTIF, which is the International Federation of Firefighting Services. We are very happy to have bilateral cooperation. We have agreements in place to cooperate, and it's about improving our resilience. That includes all of our neighbors, obviously with the exception of Russia and Belarus. And finally, can I make my link to solidarity in the place we're in? I think Poland has been on a very interesting path. For years, we've been taking advantage of the best experience, and we've had the support of other countries. Developed countries have shown solidarity to us, but now we're quite happy because perhaps as of 1980, which is when the August agreements happened, up until 2025. It's been such an incredible journey for Poland, which also includes civil protection and defense. And we're there to provide help when there are crises and in different parts of the world. You can see Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine pictured on the slide. We're there helping to support the services, but we're also building educational rooms for children. That's where they can learn how to understand threats and how to respond. Thank you. Thank you very much. As usual, for a conference like this, timing is important. And we don't have much time, right? But I hope we'll be able to include the final speech. Julia, please, over to you. Thank you. I feel a deep need to say thank you to our Polish friends. Thank you for organizing this. And in this place, in this venue, just a quick reminder. The history of our organizations, our trade unions working together. We've been working together for many years. It all goes back to many years before. And the Pope, John Paul II, made it his contribution to this cooperation as well. And I want to say thank you very much for organizing this meeting. And obviously, that's not only a strategic topic, it's equally a political and ethical topic. Our societies, our communities, well, we are preparing societies and communities for wars while we want to build peace. But there are uncertainties, and there is a lack of clarity on a day-to-day basis. As a result, it's an urgent thing. We have to find answers to many questions, especially in the context of the preparations for a war or for wars. But it's equally important in the context of climate change and political change. We get the sense that this has an enormous effect on our security. We have to remember, and we remember that the EU was first created after these exceptional and destructive events, that is, wars, especially World War II. And the setting up of the organization came as a response to the question, what would be a possible alternative to the force, this inhumane force which was winning, especially during World War II. The trends and the tendencies we've been seeing recently, well, what we're looking for is an answer, not only in the military context, but other social contexts are important, including the digital context. For us, preparedness doesn't mean having the military capacity, but what it really means, and we've heard that this afternoon, it's about us being able to anticipate and prevent and to prepare the right answer. If there is a pandemic or a blackout or fires or other disasters, catastrophes. Plus, we have to educate society as a whole and every individual citizen as well. So everyone needs to be informed and educated on how to respond, what steps to take under specific circumstances. And when I speak about public services of high quality, so to achieve this, we have to be able to anticipate what may happen. And we definitely have to include trade unions in these deliberations. It's important to be aware and sensitive to what may happen. One thing I want to stress, and Lucia said that when she opened the meeting, we have to include another actor, and that would be work, labor. If we don't have workers, if we don't have training, and if we don't have the working people, no success will be possible. Whether it's transport, industry, hospitals, and all other sectors. What we have to say and stress is that this is the most important variable. And specifically, it means planning, like land use planning or territorial planning, so that we can build a sustainable model. Risks are not to be ignored, especially if the risks may become permanent and fuel a decline in trust. I would say that the biggest challenge is for politicians. It's a political challenge. How can we become a Europe without fear? How can we create a fearless Europe? What matters in this context is putting humans at the heart of things, like a personalized approach, where the human is the main central factor. Peace in this day and age can be achieved if we combine several important factors. We cannot secure peace only by having a military potential, by increasing defense spending, because in fact we need many other factors. Yes, of course, I understand. We have to be ready. We have to have the capacity, but what do we really want to defend? So here's the question. Let's try and answer that question. We have to listen. It's important. And we have to listen to the voices of the workers. We have to listen to what they have to say, and we have to listen to their needs. That's how we will be able to build a democratic model that will help to defend and achieve peace. Any preparations towards that goal are really important. And one thing we can do is to create a subgroup. And that subgroup, the name has not been mentioned, but anyway, that subgroup has had a meeting once. And when we met as a subgroup, we identified the main directions of our work. And the European Commission also became engaged. So we would like to enlarge the group and be more engaged. We would like to have more frequent meetings. With time, hopefully, this will become a very important and strong point in the overall discussion and dialogue. The dialogue is there to engage many factors and many actors, each of which has a contribution to make. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for this efficient intervention. That way we've been able to make it on time. Now, perhaps a quick summary, because really there are three things that come to the fore. Number one, in Poland, and we've had lots of information about Poland. So yes, in Poland and in Europe, the strategies are really very good, but it's all about the implementation. What we need is practical implementation. This is so important. And to make this a success, we need something else, which is public awareness. We have to work on that. As much as the services are doing their best in Poland or elsewhere in Europe, so despite the hard work on the part of the services, but we've seen many systems being coordinated by the services, and it's working very well. But unless we have that public understanding and awareness, we won't be able to counteract or prevent those threats. And they are not just military threats. There are lots of other threats that Europe and the world has had to fight in recent years. I'm thinking back to the most recent blackout, and that was really troublesome. And unless we can coordinate this and unless we have the public well informed, we won't be able to deal with that. And I think my number 3 conclusion, we are here representing the social side. And as workers and trade unions, we believe that we have an important role to play in the system, and we are happy to do that. We definitely want to do that. And if it's possible, and I'm sure that it's possible, then we definitely want to play that role, and we feel we are responsible for Europe's security. And the conclusion is to raise public awareness. We can achieve this through training, through emergency planning, and through building public solidarity in times of crises. So these are the main ideas, and there will be more details to this that we will take up during the upcoming panels. Thank you very much for your contributions. Now we're taking a coffee break until 16:35. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to the panelists and, of course, the moderator. We need to ensure questions and answers part of the debate in the next panel. So I'm urging the speakers already now to be really limited to allocated speaking time. We see each other at 16:40 to have really 15 minutes to refresh, to go to the restroom, have a coffee, and so on. So thank you very much, and see you at 4:40. Okay, dear colleagues, I hope you did have the chance to get a coffee or tea and the nice cookies and get out and see that the weather is really brilliant. So for the after program activities, which I tell you slightly more at the end of this session, we can definitely look forward to incredibly. So after having the input from the Commission sides about the initiatives and about some of the realities here in Poland, we go into the session on social service workers, first on the front line, work realities and challenges. And without any further delay, I pass the floor to the moderator. The floor is yours, Marta.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dzień dobry Państwu.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. My name is Marta Lipke. I'm a member of the legal team expert office for Solidarność trade union, and I'm delighted to moderate this discussion panel. We are here to discuss public services, how this work happens, what's the reality, what are the challenges. What it says here in the title, first on the front line. This is a motto that can be seen on two levels. Number one is response to crisis and taking interventions, but there's another twist to it. It's the citizen meeting government, not only when things get tough, but on a daily basis. And I think this stresses the enormous role of public services. But also we have to remember that behind this responsibility is just basically doing your job, and that may change because of the tensions, because of the challenges. Plus, there are real problems such as labor shortages, there are problems with the systems, etc. And we have three distinguished speakers today. We have Professor Jolanta Dietrich-Drabarek, who's director of Łukasiewicz Warsaw Institute of Technology. She's also vice president of the Public Service Council. We have Elżbieta Żelechowska, chief of Recruitment Training Department, Regional Polish Police in Gdansk, and Mr. Piotr Turowski, representing Solidarność. In part one of the panel, we are going to have contributions by the speakers, which will be followed by Q&A and a discussion. So without further ado, can I now invite Piotr Turowski to take the floor. Good afternoon. In my intervention today, I want to talk you through the State Fire Service and the working conditions, the shortages we have in terms of employees, and what are the challenges. We are one of Poland's public services responsible for protecting property and lives and the environment from fire and related threats. We have the 1951 Act on Fire Service. And on a daily basis, it's firefighters that risk their lives and health to protect the public. What are the working conditions? Well, working for the State Fire Service is often difficult and demanding. A lot of times it's in bad weather because firefighters work outside, outdoors in extreme temperatures. when there are storms or hails or snowstorms, there's a lot of pressure, mental pressure, there's a lot of risk and threat, and that means that firefighters must have the mental capacity to withstand that there is risk of injury, occupational diseases, or cancer. Social conditions. Well, the conditions are good or very good, mostly. In May 2018, we have a new guidelines for firefighting working conditions. Do we have people shortages? Over the recent years, there's been quite a decline with fewer people taking interest in working as firefighters. But when we talk about these shortages, people don't want to become commanders, people don't want to work on a daily basis, and people don't want to work in specialist teams of the fire service. What's the reason? The basic problem is that the pay is not exceptional. There isn't much difference between commanders or operators or drivers. And because they working in shifts, it helps to better juggle work-life balances. Plus, they can work overtime, which is paid extra. And the third aspect, specialist teams. People don't want to work in special teams. Well, there are two levels of operations, basic and specialist levels of operation. And if you work in a specialist team, like if you have to work at a high altitude, you have to have special work permits. If it's about diving, you have to be certified as a diver or boat driver. You can also work in a rescue and emergency. That means spending extra time and going abroad. There's also chemical rescue, chemical response, and people have to be trained on radiation, nuclear, biological, radiological threats. They also have to have training on explosives. If you work for a medical team, firefighters have to be trained as paramedics, and to do that they have to have 3 years of training. So working for a specialist team means time and money engagement. Well, the risk is higher and they have to take more complex actions. Plus, they are required to improve their knowledge and get more training to specialize. We don't have system-wide solutions for specialist teams because they should actually be paid more for delivering such a skilled service. And the same applies to other specialist teams. We don't have funding that we can allocate to higher pays. And as a result, there is no guarantee that if they take on extra work that they will be paid for this. This is a problem that's identified by trade unions and the management of the State Fire Service. In April 2024, the firefighting section prepared its own program with 15 points on how to improve working conditions and service conditions and what to do to improve the employment conditions. So one such proposal is to increase pay. The pay is one of the lowest when it comes to similar services. There's another proposal that is adequate pay on sick leave. There's also a proposal to introduce paid duty time. This could be up to 72 hours of people staying on duty, on call at home, and they are not paid for this. Now, training is not considered working time. It's working time only if you are allocated as an officer on duty. There are also other benefits that people expect to receive. In 2024, we had the most recent change of those benefits. It's also important to make this service more competitive compared to the military, things such as housing conditions. And hopefully, as of July the 1st, there will be some changes. Right, specialist teams. That's another proposal. Cancer prevention. We know from most recent studies that firefighters are at high risk of cancer compared to the rest of society. Other proposed changes continue the 15+ program and special benefits if you've been in service for 25 years. The firefighting trade union also talks about firefighters who were hired after 2013, because that's when their retirement conditions changed. We want to bring back the previous regulations. Plus, we also have civilians. There are several thousand civilians, highly qualified, working for the fire service. We have people responsible for HR, finance, public procurement, and EU funding. While sadly, for many years, the pay leaves a lot to wish for. Solidarity sees the need for many changes in how firefighters and civilian workers are remunerated. The main issues that we expect to see delivered is to increase the pay budget for all the civilian workers to reflect the competences, the tasks, the responsibilities and seniority, and also to increase minimum wages for firefighters.
It's a good aspect that our bosses, they acknowledge these issues, and that's why there was this proposal how to solve the HR project, which will go until 2028. It is well in line with what we have proposed. Now, about challenges which are ahead of us. They change. And we have the same challenges, but we have the new one. We have natural catastrophes, and we have things like COVID, flood in the southern part of Poland in 2024. Or recently, we had fires in Biebrza National Park. Well, we need to have new technologies. We need to invest in new technologies, in new communication systems to raise money for that. It's also important how to manage human resources. We need to have good planning, motivation, and training, and for our people. Well, the law on civil protection is very important for us because the fire brigades have a lot of jobs there. At this level of implementation of the law, we have had trainings in prevention of, protection of civil population. We have special trainings for mayors of the cities and villages, and this because these tasks are coordinated there. In summary, the conditions of work in fire brigades, they are demanding, and as a result, we need to have preparedness on a very high level in equipment and human resources. We have insufficient people there, and that's why we may suffer issues. But there are ways to counteract it by investing in people, by training, or by making the working conditions improved. We have new challenges and new threats, so we need to get adapted to this new environment to protect the society. Thank you. Thank you. Especially thank you for a variety of tasks that you have. And also thank you for the social prevention, having trainings, because it shows how the job profile changes. Well, in society, people think this is more like a responsive thing, but we are now heading towards cross-sectoral duties, which is also combined with new job requirements. So thank you so much. And now I will ask different service. Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me here, and I want to welcome you. This is the final panel, but I will not talk long, I promise. Well, referring to what my colleague has said, well, similar services, different jobs maybe, different tasks, but similar challenges. I represent regional headquarters of police in Gdansk, and I'll be talking about Pomorskie region garrison, but this is quite typical for the entire Poland. In our garrison, we have 2.3 million people in population, but we are talking about permanent people living here, but they are not really adequate to the present situation. This is one thing. And also, we need to remember a specificity of this region. So tourists, we have a lot of tourists coming here. Today, we have 6,060 jobs in Pomorskie garrison. These are permanent jobs. Now, today, I need to confess that we suffer from many jobs being vacant. In recent years, we have seen big growth of people who retire. An average age in Pomorskie region, so as many as 400 people get retired each year. So as a result, we have 700 jobs vacant out of 6,000. So as you see from the numbers, it's a lot of jobs vacant, but we still need to manage with this all. Well, of course, we try to recruit new people. We have new teams for promotion of working in the police. We need to promote the image of police so that people would have more trust in this service. Today, per month, we have 200 applications of candidates who want to work with us, but then we have the qualification procedure. So unfortunately, only 24% in average will go any farther from this first application, out of many reasons. We have psychological tests, and most of our candidates will never pass them. And 12% people would drop out at the medical check. We have 12 doctors who are doing it. So, but then we have physical skills and final interview. But in 2021, we have taken it 600 people. But this trend decreased. But this year, we will try to fill in vacant jobs. The statutory requirements did not change, so this person should not have any criminal record. But here, I would want to refer to what we heard during the previous panel, what Julia was talking about, human factor, the human capital. To be a police officer, it's not only to meet the statutory requirements. To be a police officer, it is about different types of requirements. So as our moderator Marta said, you see us as in our service in daily life. We need to be ready not only for basic interventions, but also to threats that we have been talking about today. And the truth is, just like my colleague has said, while talking about trainings, we, the police officers, are required to be able to provide first aid, for example. These are basic things, really. But today we have 170 special courses, and we try to invest in human capital that we have, although we have so many vacant jobs. And trainings are very important and the first stage of crisis management. So we try to get ready to the situations that we might have in Poland, and also the situations which you maybe have experienced. Well, training in my organization, well, we have really very good working conditions. Well, you know that satisfaction and passion to your work, they are important. But just like my colleague has said, this is a very tough job. Please remember that we have special units, but also we have variety of different jobs. But we don't know what might happen in our day-to-day life. Now, growing threats. We are not looking today at the growth of criminality, growth of crime and organized crime. We are not looking only at the growth of events with risky tools. We have it, we experience it locally. But we need to have special trainings internally. For 3 years now, we organize special trainings for response with people of non-standard behavior, so like drugged people. So this is a lot of requirements from the police officers, and not only locally and on the state level. I would like to also to stress international trainings and also good cooperation with the EU countries. This is why we meet, to learn from one another, to exchange good practices. Thank you. Thank you so much for all these comments. And thank you for raising up the international aspect, especially that, well, this group of people that we meet today. And my comment is that each national system is unique in its own way, is adapted to the reality of a given country. But also the quality of public service is in the service of everybody. It may be perceived as a joint interest, especially having in mind challenges which we face today. They are common, they are joint, and it should translate into our joint objective, safety. So once again, thank you so much for your comments. And now, having insight into the practical aspects of operation of services, we should have them in a more general context. Public service as such. So now, I want to refer to what you have said, that being a police officer, it's much more than just meeting statutory requirements. So apart from having a mission, well, but please, Professor Idrich Drabarek. Ladies and gentlemen, several aspects which I want to raise. taking a time limit. But I want to begin with saying what kind of public services is expected in a contemporary world. One general question, which I ask to myself, and I would like to give you an answer to that. Because public service is needed both for peacetime and for wartime. Public service is needed when we have good economic development and also when we have downturn in economy. And the public service is needed because it highlights the strength or the weakness of the national country. So we should think what kind of state do we expect now, and what kind of state public service should build up, and what kind of what kind of people should work there, so that our state is modern. A state which would provide high quality services, public services in healthcare or in waste management or organization of public transport, standardized of high quality. So the state should be mine, obviously. And how do we do it? Will it be them and I? This kind of traumatic Well, in Poland, we have this division, they and we. We, these are the citizens, and them, they are citizens, but there are people working there who put a lot of effort for this state to function well. And if we now look at the European standards, then we have a lot of joint things. But if we look wider, then we'll see that Europe developed in different directions. And this discussion about public services is discussion which direction we have taken, we, the Central Eastern Europe, we, the Europeans, or this division, all 15 member states. But we don't like this division in Poland because we believe that we are just one part of the European Union. But still, we see various forms of the public service, and we need to arrive to a conclusion which will be different compared to so-called Western Europe. If we look at the history of how the civil service was created in Europe, then we have countries with well-anchored public service, which had been built for over 100, 150 years. And we had this, we Poles, we had this, we were unlucky because we had to change the concept of the public service, because what kind of state should we construct it for? Some Poles, they worked in administration even during the partitions. We have also different experience coming from 2 world wars, from the communist Poland, and now we have the social and political transition. So just look, the same people who would work in public service, one day they worked for the socialistic state, and then they woke up in a democratic country. Has anybody made any therapy with them? Has anybody told them how they should operate in this new reality and how much this reality changed? How much we need to change to build up the democratic state? So public services, they suffered different earthquakes. And in the Eastern Central Europe, including in Poland, we pursued to join the European Union, which is why we had to adopt organizations, procedures in the public service to the requirements valid in the European Union. Most of the countries made an effort, but the question is whether they did it only formally or they did it in real. Because Czech Czechia are a great example because they never implemented any law on civil service. They kept saying, we'll do that in a moment. Give us 2 years more, we'll do it. We'll catch up. We'll proceed it. So it turns out that we have a different situation. In the 1990s, in the Anglo-Saxon countries, you have the new public management. So thinking in a category that public service is no different from work as such, work in multinational corporation, the private sector. So it may be privatized, deregulated, make it as any other work. So we have a completely different process. The state is not thinking anymore that the work for the state is an honor, something important. It will go to the category of efficiency, being rational, counting money. And public service, well, it is not to calculate everything. How do we pay for honor and pride? How do we pay for the state to take care of weaker? Because it's not economically possible. But there are new processes, the social processes, so that everybody would find care. And everybody would be a member of the society, irrespective what role they have. And it cannot be calculated into the money. Well, money may be used to build up it, but these are just the tool and not the economic result. Because economic results are clear: profit, growth, and not to spend too much per worker. And just so that the profits would go up. And now the question, mission or work? There are people in Europe who claim that mission is not really needed to work for state. They say, no, we don't need to build a separate professional public service because they have their own structures, principles, and is located kind of above the society. But others, they claim, no, public service, this is the guardian of public good. It should be the, well, this is something that has things like being ready to make offers, to sacrifice yourself. Service, it is a service. There was a Polish professor who in 1923 compared social service to a front line, to a soldier at a front line. And he said a worker of social service, he was not talking about soldiers, about people working in a social service, so that these people should be just like soldiers at the front line. They should offer to its state the energy, involvement. They should think about the public good as being more important than the private good. Well, today, when we talk like that to the Z generation, well, they would laugh out very quickly. We'll find nobody to fill in the vacancies. But maybe it would be worthwhile to think about the mission of the public service, and my great colleagues were talking about it, that the uniformed services, they feel this need to sacrifice themselves. It's not work from 9 to 5. It's a work when something else matters than just your remuneration, because when we look at the social trust, then today it is the fire brigades, firefighters, but if we look at how much money they make, then it does not correspond to this. So here again, we have this problem, why the state does not acknowledge it. and why it does not finance and fund this service which has most social trust in Poland. But this is yet another problem. So whenever we use this term of the front line, so this front line, well, we had this notion in the times of crisis. Today, we have new optics, how we think about the social service, but it's not because someone understood it. No, it came from crisis. Crisis 2008, the financial crisis, 2016, the migration crisis, 2020, crisis of COVID-19 crisis. Then 2022, the full-scale war in Ukraine. So crisis on crisis. And then we have this political thinking that's a fight, a front line. It's an action, activity, and the society expects a safe and secure state, resilient to crisis. The political leaders in COVID times, they used this notion, this is the war, it's our biggest challenge, it's like during a war, our fight. So they used the notions which were to highlight that we are the front line with an invisible enemy. If we keep up with this terminology, a battle needs to be won, but the state has to be smart enough and get organized to focus measures and resources to be able to win. It's not necessarily for those who are at the first front line, but it's about the backyard. The backyard, which states that some people have to be ready there. For the society to understand that we need to pay people just for being there ready for us. Because a crisis may come and then this part of our resources will need to be initiated. And it seemed like they didn't have to be there. They wouldn't play a key role. In Poland, we experienced it during COVID crisis when all of a sudden Sanepid, the hygiene authority, were to fight as the first one. And there inside Sanepid, we had underpaid people with no technical infrastructure. And all of a sudden, they were meant to take up the fight against the coronavirus, which means that we need to be aware that society should understand in different ways. We should say to people that we need to build up this kind of thinking that sometimes we need to pay to public service and its part, which today seems not that important, not essential. Because the state has to be resilient in times of different challenges. In the 21st century, we've experienced so many challenges that we should understand that and get wiser. Okay, so now I'm summing up. It's my favorite subjects. I will quote. And I wanted to show you that nothing has really changed across the years. Harry Truman, the US president at the end of 1940s, he said that any attempt to make bureaucrats to deliver orders, it's like if you were to pull the strings. Richard Nixon in 1970s, he complained, there is no discipline in this bureaucracy. We don't fire anybody. We never really punish them. We don't degrade them. We always promote those, a curse word, who are kicking our asses. And President Aleksander Kwaśniewski in 1990s, he said, public service is a beautiful idea, but very difficult in practice. So if we look at what was happening in the years, the political thinking is different from reasonable thinking. No state can afford to have poor public state. no state can afford to have poor public service, because poverty generates problems on individual level and also on an institutional level and on the national level, in social level, and economic level. Fluctuate and turnover of the employees, vacancies, taking it all as normal work, corruption, low efficiency, everything comes from underpayment, from underfunding of the public service. And all the crises have only confirmed that the state, at the end of this road, people who are in the state, the state is the one that we address to, that we go to or reach out to when we are in fear. We are in fear about our safety, our well-being, our life. So we need to make the societies aware, and those who work in public services, and politicians, and people from the European Union, that we will never have a synergy effect if we don't understand why public service is so important. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję pani profesor za tak.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this in-depth perspective. And thank you for reminding the special place public services have within a state structure. And this is, in fact, a strategic occupation as a category. And the goal is to ensure the well-being of society. So whether it's a mission or whether it's just a job, that's the question. But that brings to mind two things, and I have a question. One is from the employee perspective, one is from the citizens' perspective. You made some historical references. Do you think that when public services were first built, do you think the same ideas are still topical? And a public service as a mission, doesn't it make more difficult any discussions about employment conditions in the public service? And the other perspective is that of a citizen. When you consider the diversity of social needs, what sort of public service do we really want as society? On a European level, you did mention the diverse directions public services took in the different countries. Is there such a thing as a European model of the public service? It's such a difficult question.
The floor for the questions, because then, I can imagine we don't have enough time, so let's ask if the audience is having any comments or questions, and definitely then we give the floor to the panelists. Sorry for interfering.
Szanowni Państwo, czy są głosy?
So, ladies and gentlemen, anyone from the room with a question or a comment, please.
Give me the floor. First of all, I would like to mention that I'm deeply honored to be in this room because I'm emotionally linked to the shipyard sector, since my father worked in this sector, my grandfather worked in this sector. I'm representing workers from this sector, so for me, I feel in this room like I'm in my home. So thank you so much for this, and thank you also for all the opinions mentioned. I would like to comment a statement made in the previous panel, meaning that preparedness is prepared with actions, but not with words. Well, I would mention that preparedness is built also with solidarity, because this in relation with public trust. If we are analyzing why the public trust is so low, especially in the east part of Europe, well, we do have to mention and we do have to analyze the relation between public trust and the poverty and inequality. Because if you are looking right now at the dimension of the inequality and the structure of the inequality, well, this is definitely an issue or a reason concerning the low public trust, also in the state institutions, because I'm coming from Romania and we are seeing it quite often. But my question to you is the next one. Since we are discussing about preparedness, perhaps too much from a military point of view, my question to you is, how do you see the fact that we will move money from the cohesion policy in the recent proposal of the Commission to buy missiles and bullets and warships, since we are in this house, how this will affect public trust? Because my point of view is that a true resilience is coming also, or is including a consolidated public trust, unity, solidarity. Without this, we will have warships, but nothing or missiles, but no trust in order from the citizens. How do you see the fact that, again, we will buy weapons instead of reducing inequality, and how this will affect public trust, and how this will affect resilience of the EU? Thank you so much.
Any other comments, questions? I can see Dumitru.
If we are on the Romanian table, let's put all the problem on in the game. We have, I want to complete what Florian is saying here. In Romania, we have a particular situation, and I imagine in Poland also the things are some kind similar. Mentality aspects, the abuse of power of those which has to do important things, you know. You have an emergency situation, you have a certain power, and you abuse of this power. We felt it in the time of pandemics, but of course pandemic was a little bit exceptional, so we cannot say that it's something permanent. But the fact that some people use that undiscretionary power, that power without control, affected tremendously the trust in the institutions. In the health institution, in the institution which has been involved during those days. But in the same time, we all understand that we need, you know, to pay respect for those people which are risking their life, like fire brigades, like policemen, like border patrols. All these people, they deserve our respect. Sometimes in Romania, it's even more complicated because the fire brigade, they are not allowed to be trade unionized. So we have a legislation which doesn't allow these people to work in trade unions. They don't have a collective bargaining, so they don't participate in the social life as we do the rest of the trade unionists. We somehow find a way to protect also their interest, but it's not easy when you are not directly involved in the trade unionist movement. I don't know how is this in Poland, because there are few countries in Europe which remain to not be able to unionize these people. In Germany, I understood that even the active military personnel can be unionized, exception some actions which cannot be object of the unions. So how do you see from your perspective the working in a union? Do you feel pressure from this authority, because you have a certain authority, you work in this field, it's considered a priority, but sometimes somebody has to come with the pressure and say you have to do that because it's something strategic, and you don't care about in that moment about your wages, about your rights, about the fact that you don't have good uniform, so you leave a lot of rights which normally you defend just because you are in a key sector as it's the area what we discussed today. Thank you very much.
Thanks for this. Anyone else? I can see Jakob.
Yes, thank you very much. The last discussion was very interesting for me because I was I was feeling like at home, but not exactly like Florian said, because I'm coming from the shipbuilding sector, but because the arguments that were said were exactly the same as those that I'm listening at home. And I will continue where Florian ended. He said his question was how these budgetary changes in order to enhance military preparedness will affect the trust. But my question would be another. You were saying that the wages of the workers in the social services are not as high as they should be, especially for those who enjoy big trust among the citizens. And my question would be how those budgetary changes will affect the ability of countries to provide them with higher wages and provide them with better working conditions. Because as we all saw in the previous crisis, social services are essential in order to react in those kind of situations. And in my opinion, also too much emphasis is on military preparedness and not in infrastructure of social services as such. And I would like to hear your opinion on it, on that question, on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still space for one last comment or question. If this is not the case, I would have a very specific one, because from what I understood from your interventions is actually that there are different levels for the different parts of the emergency or security forces. So for the firefighters, for police, for army, which I just learned earlier this week, it has been in my country, in the Czech Republic, a kind of general agreement or a consensus that actually these three layers of the security forces were to be equal and balanced, actually not to be competing, especially with the personnel. So hiring people into police, not to be competing with the professional firefighters or you know, or the army. So how is this? Because for me, it's also a kind of important indication. Thanks for that. And Marta, back to you.
Szanowni Państwo, skoro mamy powiedzmy około 10 minut.
We only have 10 minutes, so can I first hand it back to our panelists? I think the most practical questions. So I think we'll have a short question to Madam Doctor and to Piotr. You said that only 24% of the candidates actually successfully pass the recruitment process, but because there is such a shortage, workforce shortage in your service. So how do you solve this? Because you need to ensure quality and numbers. Does that possibly lead to lower standards when you're recruiting officers? And the second question is about the wide range of duties. Because it's such a workload and the duties change, do you think that the services have the necessary support systems available to them? So in terms of the risks that we will lower the standards, not a risk today at all, simply because we receive on average 200 applications as of January. And it takes the work of several departments. We also have psychologists working with the applicants to make sure that the applicants are fit for service. I'm sure you understand that some people will either drop out because they don't see themselves as a police officer, or simply they are not fit for the job. When I first became the head of the training and selection department, I was quite angry to see that psychologists did not approve so many applicants. But today I actually have to say thank you to them. I don't have the stress today. I don't have problems with my officers being intoxicated or something. And that's why I'm so happy to have such a solid selection of applicants in the region of Pomorskie. So I don't think there is any risk of lowering the standards, just because we have so many people applying. It's a mission and a passion. We have agreements in place with colleges and secondary schools. We are an open organization in the sense that we present how we work, our forensic labs. We sniffer dogs and guide dogs and all sorts. And yes, there is an enormous difference, and we know it from studies. There are differences between generation X, Y, and Z. Yes, the differences are quite striking sometimes. But are we that much different from the young people is the question. I have to say that Madam Professor is right in terms of the perspective on life, because there are so many factors that are influencing the decisions of young people, and we have a different perspective. But I would say that we are quite similar between the generations. So no risk of lowering the standards. Thank you. In terms of extra duties for our officers, whether it's a crisis or the pandemic, whatever, firefighters are not left on their own. They receive the support they need. Whether it's prevention, working with young people, we are given guidance by our head office on how to talk to young people, how to raise awareness with them, or anything having to do with security. When it comes to the medical rescue, well, firefighters are happy to hire paramedics, or when we have recruitment calls, we will hire people who are medical professionals. We want them to contribute to our service. And for example, we have our own first aid training. Our head office is very helpful with our training needs. For example, they launched a new course at our college. It's a 3-year course, medical response. So yes, we will be producing our own medical specialists. And then you can also see in other types of response work, whether it's work at altitudes or diving. I mean, yes, if they want it and if they have the time, they can get the training they need, and they are happy to engage in that. And yes, it does take some dedication. Plus, we are required to be flexible as firefighters, which means we're ready to embrace any challenge if we can. What the colleague from Romania was saying, he spoke about trade unions, and he wanted to know about trade unions in uniformed services. I am a trade union member, have been since 2011. And I just cannot see this institution operating without trade unions. We have to have trade unions. We're not there to manage, to rule. We're there to give advice, wise advice. This is really necessary. Some branches will interpret regulations differently. And what we can do is we talk to other regions We exchange experience and observations, and we then pass it on to our superiors, to the commanders, and we can talk to them directly. Not all firefighters have the courage to report a problem to the commander and ask for a meeting, but if they can talk through a trade union member, then they can do it. I have some 90, I represent some 300 officers, so if I'm approached by a firefighter with a problem, I can talk to the commander directly. It's a unanimous report. I don't use any names. I will just say, Commander, here's the problem. How can we solve this? I will also offer a solution, or sometimes we'll just talk it through. So I just cannot see the firefighters not having trade unions and trade union representation. Yes, can I pick up on that? My understanding is that you talked about abuse of power in times of crisis. There is no such thing, really. The fact that I'm wearing a uniform and I serve my duty at the cost of my family, it's not like a 9-to-5 job. It's not just 8 hours and then I go back home, and I'm sure it's the same for the firefighters. It works differently in Poland. We have these emergency legislation under which certain restrictions apply, which also means that certain civic rights are restricted. So as officers, we don't feel we're being hurt. It's just a situation that calls for special measures, and we're fine with this. And we also talked about the human factor at times of crisis. So crisis is something we have to understand, not just as a public service, but as a community, as a civilian. Thank you. As a citizen. Thank you. Thank you for all your comments. Anybody else with a question or an intervention? Over to you, Madam Professor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me put it this way. As we know from Czech surveys, the pay does not translate into a sense of having a mission. And we can also see this in the Polish uniformed services. Respect from the public. Well, the most respectable occupation in Poland is that of a nurse in Poland. And nurses in Poland are not paid a lot. It'll be the firefighters followed by nurses. So how much people are paid does not translate into how respectable their occupations are. I'm not happy to say this, but I have to say this. In Poland, we don't have equal pay within a service. If it's a civil service, we don't have equal pay for people doing the same jobs in the same positions, doing similar things, and having similar years of work and experience. There are different salaries in a ministry, for example, not to mention what happens out in the provinces. Some 6,000 people at some point were making below the average, totally below the social minimum. And that was Poland in the 1990s and in the early 2000s. So pay difference, pay inequality is a huge problem in Poland, and no one seems to want to sort this out. Well, our laws are not stable. I suppose it's similar elsewhere in Central and Eastern Europe, with new laws coming in, changing the status of public services. So it's like a tornado. 4 huge civil service acts and 2 major amendments to those laws. And there's another law, and I have to say this because I'm in this historic room. In Poland, we still have a law dating back to 1982, and it rules the public service. And I wouldn't even mind that if it wasn't for the fact that in point 1 of the Act, the question is, are you doing a good service for your socialist state? Right? And this applies to the people working in Parliament, in the Senate, and they are the ones qualifying for that piece of legislation. And it is my mission to streamline this law, to bring it into order. We want a reasonable law, something to improve the social status of people working in public services. Otherwise, we will not move forward or build a modern state. Thank you. And finally, I have one question to all the panelists. And try and be brief, please. If you were to recommend one key change, which you think would help improve public services, what would that be? I've already said that we have to bring the law into order because the law we have is just like one huge mess. Over to you. Improve the conditions of work. Piotr, what do you say? Invest in people and recognize, appreciate people. Thank you very much. Just as I expected, we have some overlapping answers. And I have this observation. The public services have to be well prepared and equipped because that translates into an efficient state. So I'll leave you on that note. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to the presenters and to everyone here. Thank you for your comments and interventions and attention. And this is the end of our panel. Thank you very much.
That was very effective, very interesting, very well done. All the panelists, extremely interesting. I would spend hours on the different debates. But I mean, it clearly shows how we are fighting for the public service employees in good times. It's even more important in the bad times, where we should have been improving on their conditions, on their pay. It's unisono from all the sides. Underpaid, bad conditions, understaffed, but we desperately need them as a critical infrastructure in the worst times. And we are not in bad times yet, but we might get there. And it's obvious from what you are saying and what Jolanta was saying more in general. So it should be actually an imperative for all of us also to ask our politicians, because actually they are in a way setting the conditions and setting the framework. And I very much agree with what Jolanta said on the general recognition of different professions and then their remuneration, which is very often state-driven, sometimes private, but not very often that better in the private companies than in the public ones. So all of this together being different elements of the preparedness package we are talking today about means we need a European framework, and it's clear and clear. COVID pandemic showed clearly that we cannot just bet on national solutions. So this is one part of the story. As an enabler, as coordinating body, and for me, getting closer and closer in Europe as such. Then we've got some national structures, lots of improvements needed, although with the very individual and personal, effort, these services are working in a brilliant way. We could have seen it with the floodings, with the fires in the countries around us. I was extremely happy that the mechanism of mutual assistance, support and help was already activated, and it worked. And in a way, for me, after long years, I could have been extremely proud of the firefighters helping elsewhere in Europe throughout the fires, throughout the floods, and so on. And then we've got local and municipal and voluntary kind of, especially with the firefighters. So all these elements needs to be put together in a smart way, and I mean, the Dumitro's question of misusing the crisis situation has been a bit badly understood, because I guess you, Dumitru, you were talking about misusing the funds and spending much more ineffectively. But okay. I mean, we are still having very interesting part tomorrow morning, so I leave it at this moment as it is. As we all are definitely looking forward to the next part of our agenda, which is the guided tour to the Gdansk shipyard. I mean, we're going to be walking in the traces of history. I'm desperately looking forward to it. So those who have inscripted, and I guess it's all of us, are divided in two groups. The groups, which groups you belong to, you can see on the entrance door to this meeting room from the back. Group 1, Group 2. We should start from here in few minutes' time. You can leave your stuff here, because we are starting here and we are going to be ending the tour back here. So your computers, your rucksacks, stuff like that, if you wish to leave it here, it should be safe here, and you can pick it up in 1 hour's time. And then we've got the dinner. You can see the address and the QR and the code on the screens, those not remembering. Could you still give me a few seconds, please? You can see on the screen, you've got it also in the emails, practical information being sent, so in your emails you can find it. 7:30, nice dinner, we are looking forward to it. Plus the last piece of information is also on the door on the other side. You can see who should be on the same flights tomorrow. So for organizing and synergizing the travel to the airport, you can just agree with the colleagues that are on the same flight. I would kindly ask Jan Willem to come to his place. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed not only yesterday's meeting, but also the tour through the shipyard, which I personally enjoyed extremely, because it's the part of our Central Eastern European Trade Union history, so I was really grateful we did have that chance. I also hope that you have enjoyed the joint dinner, having the chance to chat with your colleagues and friends. So far so good. Really very, very pleasant experience here, the work-related one and the social. So we almost all are seated, so you know that we are still having half of our program ahead of us with very interesting topics of the agenda, with the first session dealing with the workplace and the preparedness, the real anti-crisis shields, and the second one of today being awareness building in the preparation of the workers to respond to crisis. So from the more general national or European perspective, coming closer to the workplace perspective, which is the closest for us. And by this, I am very happy to pass the moderation of the first panel to the president of the OPZZ, my dear friend Piotr Ostrowski. Piotr, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. President. Good morning, everyone. As Lucy presented me, my name is Piotr Ostrowski. I'm the president of All Poland Alliance of Trade Unions. My apologies, I couldn't take part yesterday in your meeting, as my organization had scheduled before the meeting of our presidium, so I had to be in Warsaw yesterday, but I know that you have been well welcomed on behalf of the OPZZ by Adam Liszczewski, the chairman of our Pomorskie region of our organization. Well, hot topic, preparedness, and this panel, this part of this meeting is focused on the workers' perspective, so we are ready to answer the question whether as workers we are prepared for preparedness. And I have a privilege to introduce to you the panelists, the experts. The first is Jan Willem Gudrian, who is the General Secretary of EPSU, European Federation of Workers of Public Services, from Brussels. We know each other very well with Jan Willem, and I hope he will present you the perspective of public services workers from the European level. Then we will pass to Sławomir Adamczyk, representing National Commission of Solidarność, expert on collective agreements, but not only. We know each other also for each other very, very well for years. Then we will pass to Jolanta Walusiak-Skorupa, director of the Institute of Occupational Medicine from the city of Łódź. And we will finish with Agnieszka Lenartowicz-Łysik, representing Śląsko-Dąbrowski region of Solidarność, but also Agnieszka is a social advisor to the President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda, also representing President of the Republic in the Social Dialogue Council in Warsaw. My proposal is that each panelist has 10 minutes for his or her presentation. I will keep the time ring the bell if we extend this time of 10 minutes. And afterwards, we will have the session of question and answers from you, dear colleagues, representing the European Committee. So now I will give the floor to Jan Willem. Jan Willem, the floor is yours. 10 minutes of your presentation.
Okay, good morning. Nice to be here. Always lovely to be speaking to the workers group in the European Economic and Social Committee. And I've been asked to say a few words on our perspective on preparedness, security, some of the hot topics nowadays. But before I do that, first of all, a thank you, to the workers group, for your letter of solidarity with the health workers who were facing trial on the 29th of April. So that's been very much appreciated. You know, they're standing trial because they are accused of illegal activities, but we think they are arrested because of their trade union actions. And your letter is also important towards the EU delegation in Ankara, so that they keep a focus on those cases. Also, success for the Bulgarian colleagues. They have a public urban transport strike in Sofia today, so I hope it will be massively successful. And of course also solidarity with all other colleagues who are in action. In Belgium, 22nd of May next week, there will also be a massive health, social, cultural, care workers action in Brussels against the plans of the government. So also to our Belgian colleagues, a lot of success. Colleagues, I would have loved to join the debate yesterday when you were talking about social workers and preparedness. Especially because EPSO is also not only the voice of public service workers, but also social, healthcare workers, workers in the utilities, and I would have loved to contribute to that debate. Because also social workers, often forgotten, they're also part of the efforts which are needed in society to provide assistance to the vulnerable, to the sick, the old, people who are dying, children, and in general help with cohesion in our communities. And we know there's a need for employers and trade unions to also include those services in their planning. The experience of COVID-19, you remember the first weeks of COVID, workers in elderly homes, workers in the homes for the disabled were often forgotten, with obviously disastrous consequences. And I would have also argued that it would have been important for employers and trade unions, also in the sector, but also at the workplace, to work on specific plans for preparedness to ensure that we can provide good services. In that discussion, and I will come back to that later, I would have pointed out the problems there are with funding and resources for social services and social workers, which translates also in their pay and conditions, but also in a lack of staffing in many places. You also had a presentation of somebody, I think, of the Polish firefighter service yesterday, if I saw on the program, and we had a debate yesterday in the European Parliament, as EPSO, with members of Parliament, also on firefighters, firefighting services in Europe, because firefighters, I think, are one of the examples of being prepared, but also providing security. And in that discussion, we also discussed the importance of recognition for the work they do, especially because of climate change, increasing the number of forest fires, their intensity, their duration, also the increase of flooding and the intensity of flooding, and firefighters, emergency services in general are then called upon more frequently. But also in that sector we face issues of resources, we face issues of staffing and finance. I would say, I think important in this discussion on security and preparedness is also to focus on the financial angle and the restrictions there are, what we call austerity policies, the fiscal rules currently in place, leave those services underfunded and understaffed. Colleagues, the European Commission communication on preparedness is a document, if you read it, it leaves you with, well, left me with mixed feelings. I think in that document there's a discrepancy between the many good intentions, but then the lack of what is actually done, the lack of follow-up action. And I think the communication is surprisingly positive about the contribution public services can make, services of general interest, public services in general. I mean, their role in providing security during crisis, but also in ensuring social cohesion, which is seen in that document as very important for preparedness and security. In the document, there's even a reference to inequalities undermining social cohesion, and I think that is a quite some admittance on the side of the Commission. We all know cohesion, being able to rely on your colleagues at work, your neighbors, your communities, is especially important during crisis. And I would argue security is also important for workers and for our communities. Of course, there's the mention that we want secure jobs. I think that is self-evident. If you have a precarious job, if you have a job with low pay and worse and bad conditions, where you're worried if you can pay the bills at the end of the month, that is not that is not a secure situation you're in. So I think for us, security has to be that broader concept. It also encompasses this dimension. We obviously also talk about security in our communities. You need to have drinking water. You have to have electricity or heating in your house. You want to have health and care services, childcare services. You want to have all the other municipal services which are important and which bring stability and cohesion to our communities. You have discussed in this group also the importance of affordable housing as part of that concept, but we can also talk about access to childcare, access to education. I would argue these are all part of a broader concept of security. I would also say that judiciaries, which are independent, which have respect for the individual, is also important. I think what we experience in what we see in the United States, where law enforcement forces can just arrest people and use all kinds of tactics to lure people out of their homes, that doesn't provide security in our community. So also we expect law enforcement, police services that are based on democratic principles, under democratic control and oversight, to be part of that concept of security. So a very much broader concept of security, I would argue, and obviously I would place that in the context of our values of democracy, respect for human and trade union rights, social justice, etc. So a long-term agenda. And that long-term agenda is under stress because of the austerity rules. I think we have to come back to this financing issue. We have seen the Draghi report, which talks about 800 billion annually investment gap for industry, but the annual investment gap in social investment is forgotten. And I think it's important for the workers group, as part of this discussion on preparedness and security linked to the role of public services, and services and social services and health services to also come back to this idea of social investment. We have done a calculation in EPSU that you need around 50 billion annual investment to deal with the health workforce staffing shortages. There's about 1 million jobs lacking. And that's important because there's also new research, University of Manchester, but also the World Health Organization, about the risk of millions of Europeans because of fungal infections which increase because of climate change. So if we don't invest in that broader concept of security and preparedness, we are going to have a big problem. And the austerity rules do not help. Neither will it help if we, and that's the last comment, Chair, neither will it help if we funnel public resources, if we funnel resources from social security, public services in defense. We will undermine ourselves. And I think that needs to be a strong message of the European trade unions, of the ETUC, of EPSU, of yourselves, in those discussions, that financing of defense, we might not agree, and I know we don't agree, but that certainly cannot go at the expense of financing of our public services, of social security, etc. I would argue we need more funds, and that means we have to have a focus also on taxation and be very vigilant, if not vehement, in our arguments for tax justice here. Let the wealthy, the corporations, pay for some of those investments. And with that, Chair, I hope I respect your guidance. Yes. So, success in your debate.
Yes, thank you very much, Jan Willem, for your presentation. Excellent point of view from the perspective of European workers of public services, that the preparedness, security, protection has a broader context than narrow as we usually think about it. Now we can pass to Sławomir Adamczyk, representing the National Commission of Solidarność. Sławomir, the floor is yours.
Just a moment. No. Back. Yeah. Techniques, my dear. You all should be familiarized with techniques. This is the challenge for the trade unions as well. As Piotr said, I represent National Commission of Trade Union Solidarność, but I am also a member of Social Dialogue Committee of the EU, representing the whole Polish trade union movement. So it's a good that I can say also on their name. My presentation will be very short and will be able to show you what is behind the idea of preparedness and resilience when it comes to trade unions and their responsibility as collective representative of workers. This will be one case of one project which we prepared together, Polish Trade Union Solidarność prepared together with Norwegian social partners. But let's start with the beginning. What is the beginning? Of course, you know very well, we had a NINISTO report concerning this, that there is a need to shift from reactive crisis management to proactive resilience as regards different crises. After this, we had currently Preparedness EU strategy, and the workplace dimension was overlooked, was omitted in the opinion of trade unions. Probably you know this very well as workers' representation in this committee. So there is a very critical ETUC opinion. Probably in next few weeks we'll discuss about future working program which will be prepared together with European employers, and this will be one of the topic issue, how to involve European social partners in this strategy. But why? Because as the largest organized part of civil society, trade unions must be part of any preparedness plan. I think it's obvious. And the most effective way is to foster mutual trust in the respect through consistent institutional cooperation with public authorities. And this is particularly important for essential workers. Everybody knows who are essential workers, but I think that many people forgot about the very important role of essential workers because the COVID crisis finished. But the next crises are expected, so we should start to think about the role of essential workers, and they are especially in public sphere. And these jobs are crucial for the smooth functioning of society in the times of crisis. But we have the situation, Poland, that such a framework of cooperation and tradition of cooperation do not exist. What to do with this? And I would like to present you some very small example how we are trying to deal with this problem. Maybe a few words about the landscape of social dialogue in Poland. Probably you know this. But the situation in Poland is generally very difficult because we have dominant role of the state in setting standards relations relating to labor relations. As regards bipartite dialogue at all levels, it's very weak, and we have often facade-like nature of tripartite dialogue institutions. This is called illusory corporatism. This is very similar in all post-communist countries of Central and Eastern Europe, so this should be not a surprise for you. But in Poland, we have also dramatically low coverage of collective bargaining. This is the lowest in EU, 13% just now. And the trend is downward. In addition, we do not have sectoral collective bargaining, which is absolutely disaster for the medium-sized country like Poland. And this what's very specific for our country is this what is called as hostile neutrality of state towards the promotion of collective agreement. This is, I did not invent this. It was invented by researchers. Hostile neutrality, so the state, public authorities say, we are neutral, but we do not need to help you in developing collective bargaining. This is not in our interest. So this is hostile neutrality. So this is when we see the general landscape of social dialogue in Poland, I think this is not surprise what is happening in one of this area, I mean local government area. In this area, you have few collective agreements, virtually no supra-company agreements. The local government representation is not presented in social dialogue at national level. And what is the main problem in Polish situation? Let's look on this second bullet. Trade unions can only negotiate with the formal employer, direct employer, who in many cases is not the actual employer, but merely its representative. He's representative of actual employers. He lacks the de facto economic authority, lacks the financial means to negotiate. Decisions that indirectly affect employees are actually made by the local authority, which is not obliged to participation in any kind of negotiation. There is no obligation. So this creates this what we call triangle of impossibility. And it causes, of course, constantly smoldering local small wage conflicts. Why we say about this? Because the significance of this problem is very important. In this very sector, directly or indirectly, are employed 20% of Polish employees. 20%, 1/5. So it's very big, without right to real negotiations with those who are decisive as regards their labor and wage standards. So, what we trying to do? Right. This is an example of joint project which was prepared together with, as I said, with Norwegian social partners. Yeah, and in this project, we can say that. Just a moment. So, main objective: need to seek solutions. Voluntary solutions, not legislative ones. So it was one very large survey concerning this problem of social dialogue in this area. After this, we proposed voluntary mechanism without seeking legislative proposal. So, and the proposal for creating a model for dialogue. What are the first outcomes? We had pilot projects involving the cities, main cities, medium-sized cities with 100,000 citizens. In these 4 cities, it was possible to complete tripartite framework agreement about cooperation. So it's very important because the agreements cover various entities and has a feature because these agreements are open to other stakeholders, also other trade unions. And also the model for proposal for initiating and conducting similar negotiations has been prepared. And it's very last slide. This is a triangle of impossibility which we want to convert to the triangle of cooperation, because the preparedness idea in the local government in Poland requires to build real trust amongst different stakeholders to be able to convert this triangle of impossibility, to triangle of conflict, into the triangle of cooperation. And this is necessary for many other sectors in Poland, and not only in Poland. If we want to talk about real preparedness, real resilience ideas, you should bear in mind that very much depend on real social dialogue between trade unions and public authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sławomir. You have perfectly shown how social dialogue is important, not only for preparedness, but also for other spheres to build the common cooperation on social economic policies. I think we will go back during the session of questions and answers to this issue. Now, I would like to pass to Jolanta Walusiak-Skorupa, Director of NOFER Institute of Occupational Medicine from City of Łódź, to have her presentation.
Hello, good morning. Oh, I will talk in English. Hey, I am occupational medicine physician, and it's my great pleasure that during your meeting there was a place for medical professionalists to listen what is our part in taking care about workers' health and safety, and what can we do for you, for employees, and how can we support their health and safety. I would like to start with these places, with these challenges which we have nowadays, to mention how occupational medicine system can support you, and to think for a moment what we can do together. Looking at that, what is going on around us, I think that we have to be prepared almost for everything. Because when I was starting lecturing in occupational medicine, I was telling my students that the world is changing, the workplace is changing very much. Also, the nature of health problems are changing. However, we used to say that infectious diseases don't matter, and the last few years showed us that they can matter quite a lot. We are in the phase of the fourth of industrial revolution. We have AI almost everywhere, and we have a lot of other issues that we need to face. Taking the opportunity that I'm here talking to social partners, I would like to draw your attention, it's for Polish people important, that in Poland we don't translate properly health and safety, because all over the world it's health and safety. And in Poland we say bezpieczeństwo I higiena, safety and hygiene. We forget about health. It's difficult to translate if this, we can translate, but it's exactly that what it should be. Years ago, someone translated it in a wrong way, and it stayed like this. And the other thing, which I would like also to draw attention of our Polish colleagues, is that we always speak about occupational medicine, whereas we should speak about workers' health. Years ago, when Professor Jorma Rantanen, our father of occupational medicine from Finland, he was explaining to me, please stop speaking about occupational medicine in Poland. It's only a part of, you should start speaking about workers' health. At first, we were speaking about occupational health. We didn't start doing that in Poland yet. However, the world is speaking about workers' health. What's more, about total workers' health. The workplace is the most obvious setting for implementing health programs. And when you listen to our Minister of Health, you must have heard that she was promising there will be more prophylaxis, more taking care about workers at the workplace. And as you probably know, nothing happened so far. When we look at pandemic and its influence on the health, we realize, we have seen that it's not only the direct influence, like having COVID and its implications, but there was a lot of indirect influence, like leaving apart all the other health issues. We have so-called health debt, because many health problems were not looked after because we were concentrated on the COVID. And if you look at the second figure, look that if COVID decreased, the problems of mental health at first increased, then remain at the same level. Another issue which we will have at our workplaces are modern technologies. Of course, they may be very helpful, and many of them are using them. Sometimes we even don't know that we are using them, but this implementing AI into the workplace It's not only the risk of job loss for some people, but it's also a risk of the influence on our health, especially on our mental health, like overload, like losing some skills that are done by robots, and being under the pressure of time because AI or robots are never tired and they don't need breaks, they don't need to stop for a while. Other challenges which we are we are facing are air pollution. It also deals with the workplace because many people live in the conditions where the air quality doesn't meet any standards, and we experience climate change. Probably you remember all these discussions with Labor Ministry last year. My institute was also included in this, when we were discussing how can we support employees during the heat. Last year was the hottest since 1850. A year ago, I had the same slides that 2023 was the hottest one. So every year we have the hottest temperatures. And of course, it influences employees' health, the possibility of performing work, and it also needs the support. And what is worrying me even more is mental health. Look what is going on among young people. These are figures for students, and look how the anxiety and depression has been increased in the last years. And when we look at age groups, especially the young people who are present at the workplaces or will be present very soon, they will deal with a big problem. And as an occupational medicine physician, I can say that we are not prepared to deal with this. We are not prepared to help these people. So another challenge. How can we react? First of all, we need to change approach. I have impression that in many places we have this approach like checking if our worker can take this line across Crocodile's River, if he is prepared or not. Instead, we should take this pillow and we really need to look after him. A very old definition, which is older than me and at least most of you or all of you, says that occupational health or workers' health is total health of all workers. You know, when I started 30 years ago at my institute, it was a case that we look if somebody doesn't have a risk factors of occupational diseases or if he is not at risk of accident at work. But now we are taught by our international colleagues that we need to look after about total workers' health, because everything what is going on in his health influences also his work, which may be interested for employers. And nowadays, not only total workers' health, but its strategy. And total workers' health says that we not only want our worker to be healthy, but we also want his well-being. And this strategy implemented at the workplace should be an issue in a way of supporting our workers. So we need to manage the risk in a proper way. Of course, there is always a risk of something, but the probability and the severity matters. And we know this hierarchy of control where we need to improve the workplace much more than rely on protection of the worker, because it never works. So we need to participate and to take care about different parts of our workers' health. And as I was pressed here that I have to finish, I would like to show two things. First of all, if we want to take care about workers' health and safety, we should do that together. Occupational health services, employer, and of course, with participation with employees, because we need to exchange information, we need to integrate our actions, also monitoring and also education, and that's what is lacking in Poland. And what we extremely need is integrated strategy for managing workers' health and safety, and we need at the workplace for particular worker, we need this personalization of preventive health care. But first of all, to begin with, we need to integrate this system of occupational health services to the public health system. When I was talking with our Minister of Health for the first time, when she was promising how can we change the world, she noticed herself that in Poland we have absolutely separate two health systems. We are taking care about workers in a way according to our law, but the public health system is absolutely separate. And if I want to advise something to my patient, I need to send him to a doctor, although very often I know what should I say. I would like to finish that the doctor of future should give advice, should give help, and should identify the cause of diseases, not only the medications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, prevention is extremely important also in the framework of preparedness. And thank you for flagging out the role of health in this concept. And indeed, Polish translation of occupation, health and safety doesn't include health. That's true. We have occupational safety and hygiene. Yeah, this is the Polish translation of occupation, health and safety. Okay, let's go to our last but not least panelist. Our speaker is Agnieszka Lenartowicz-Łysik, already introduced by me as a representative of Śląsko-Dąbrowskie region of Solidarność, but also social advisor of President of the Republic, Mr. Andrzej Duda. Agnieszka Lenartowicz-Łysik, you have the floor.
Dzień dobry. Po pierwsze będzie zmiana.
Good morning. Well, the changes here, I'll be talking in Polish. And also, maybe the change of perspective now. Because in my idea of the presentation today, I was thinking about local perspective. I am a trade union trainer, regional trainer. Śląsko-Dąbrowski region, this is the most, we have the highest density in trade union. We have coal mines, there are steel works, and also automotive industry is heavily represented. It's also a region of high density of population as such. In the region, we represent employees employed in 2,000 employers, which means that training is very important to us. And I want to show you this very perspective, because we kept hearing here that in this entire documentation, in strategies, in documents, it's all of it is for an average citizen of Europe to get ready for crisis. And here I would like to encourage you to look at it from the bottom-up perspective. Quite often during my trainings, which I run for the trade union activists, I used one quote from Jacek Walkiewicz, a Polish author. And I will now quote, "In a world where you live now, it's important to take responsibility for your decisions, for your personal flexibility in pursuing changes. You need to accept the fact that nobody will tell you what the future will bring you. One advice only: we need to get ready for differences, for things to get different in the future. Well, it's a small quote which simply highlights that we don't really what we should get ready for. So we have to get ready to respond to everything. So we heard today that in the document, which is the reference for today's discussion, we don't have a clear role of trade unions, and we don't have the clear role of trainings. From my perspective, local perspective, I can only tell you that trade unions should be involved in making aware the society of Europe, what readiness, preparedness is, preparedness to potential risks and threats. Trade unions, why? Well, because they are organized. People are organized nationally, regionally, sectorally, and at company level. They are organized, they have experts, they train people. Well, trade unions, because they operate to increase the awareness of workers and also directly of their families and the neighborhood. Trade unions, because in its essence, they operate on the base of solidarity, taking care of other person, a worker. In Poland, we have a law on social labor inspection. It is a law from 1983. It's an old one, but we trade unions in Poland, we love this law, because this law gives us additional tools, the trade unions, additional tools, because based on this law, trade unions may establish at a company a social service, which is called social labor inspection, and the task of it is to such inspectors are selected by workers, and the role of the social inspectors is to control, monitor, take care, and provide that the company will not give any threat and risk to health and safety of workers. So this is they take care for health and safety, or hygiene and safety in a workplace. So combining trade unions with social labor inspection, so together they operate based on being proactive, on prevention and counteracting, which is about controlling the workplace, looking for risks, diagnosing risks. During pandemics, these were the trade unions and social labor inspectors who developed local plans on how the company may get adapted to the COVID challenge, and how the workplace should survive, and how the workplace should provide safe and good working conditions in the new circumstances. So we, as a principle, with the trade unions and the social labor inspection, we have experience and good tools to work for awareness of health and safety, and to make people understand that they should be ready for any risk. In the context of these 2 days discussion and the report that we referred to, I wish to add something. Well, yesterday we heard the representative of the Polish government who was talking about governmental plans that the guidelines should get to each household. Please remember that not each crisis will catch us at home, or in our households. 25% of our time we spend in work. So from the European level, such guidelines should go to workplaces instead, because this is important. Why should I need food stocks at home? Because the crisis may strike us when I'm at workplace 30 kilometers away from my home. And also, my second comment is that the trade unions, they train, which means that they translate printed materials into exchange of experience. Yesterday, we were talking about Z generation. Well, one of the feature is that they don't know how to read. So printed guidelines at homes, it may be there, but it has to be read and it has to be understood properly. So the trade unions, they may get included into translating the guidelines into practical knowledge of their members, workers, and their families. In my activity, well, I'm a trainer, trade union trainer, and quite often I take up activities to counteract disinformation, which means I organize trainings in issues where the internet has their own truth and the document states something different. When I look at Piotr, I would say that, like in 2023, we had implementation of a directive on combining, on balancing life, working life and family life, private life. And now there are two rules in the Polish legislation. So when we have layoff because of major force, then this should be paid in 50%. And also we can have 50% pay if we take care of our families. Well, the internet was writing that now from May 2023, the employees will have 7 days longer vacation. But it was disinformation. And this year, we had the first draft of law for high temperatures at workplace. Well, anyway, the trade unions may be really effective in counteracting disinformation and get rid of fake news, which internet loves. And last but not least, the trade unions may participate in the processes because our leadership, our activities is based on trust from workers, which means that we may be the trust leader, opinion leader, and thus our involvement may be very supportive to improve our preparedness at workplace. Concluding now, I have 1 minute left, I know. Once during Bill Clinton's campaign, the statement, economy stupid, was very popular. Now we would say practice stupid. Document strategies, they are great, but we need to translate them into practical life, and we need to teach how to behave in the best possible way at a workplace. Thank you. Thank you very much. Agnieszka Lenartowicz,
we have more or less 30 minutes for this questions and answers session. Now the floor is yours. Please be visible if you want to take the floor, to ask the question to our panelists, if you have any comments. Or I introduce also the panelists to ask the questions to the others speakers. Now we have this session of discussion between the panelists, the speakers, and you, dear colleagues, dear members of the European Economic and Social Committee. Who would like to be first? I know it's early morning. And Cinzia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting to see the different legislation in countries regarding health and safety, or whatever we call it. I would like to know which are the sanctions here in Poland regarding fatal accidents or other accidents in working places, because we are discussing this in several countries. You know, there is the action of the Commission on Zero Death at Work. We also have national initiatives in this direction. Unfortunately, accidents are increasing, though we have at European level at least, but also in some national countries, quite a strong legislation, but unfortunately we know that the implementation is very weak. Inspections are very weak. So I would like to know more about the sanctions aspect here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting discussion. My question is relating to the one of Cinzia. To know what do you think about this? So in Italy, with my union, we are asking to the government to introduce the workplace homicide against the abuse of the companies. What do you think about this?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Good morning. In Romania, we have also some profession like miners, shipbuilders. It's our colleague, but other professions which are considered to be more dangerous. So, like the working place needs a special attention. And due to this characteristic of the working place, are taking some measure. For example, in the pension system, you have some, you was supposed to be to exit earlier. But now it's a huge pressure on these aspects because from European Commission, they are saying that we need to improve the quality of the labor place and somehow to remove this exception for exiting earlier to pension and so on. We call categories or groups of workings where you have this exception. Do you have a discussion about in Poland, for example, because I know that you have a strong mining sector or steel industrial sector with high risk. Do you have a discussion about how these workplaces should be focused on in the next period? So what will be the measures you rather improve the quality of the labor place, which sometimes it's impossible, like in the mining, like in aviation, like in, I don't know, military, fire brigades, so on. So you cannot remove totally the danger in order to take those measures which are leading to the exceptions, which are requested from the European level. So how is the approach in Poland? Do you have a pressure from the public opinion that this exception should no longer be in place? Because in Romania we have a discussion about that, and even a political line where all this exception for this specific labor places should be removed in the next period.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, maybe we can give the panelists an opportunity to reply, and then we will go forward with further questions. I think two first questions were to you, Jolanta Walusiak-Skorupa, and I think the third, the best person is Agnieszka. But
I think that also first question is more to Agnieszka than to me, because remember I am representing this medical part, so if there is accident at work, sometimes, as I can say quite often, the employer is asking us if it's really an accident at work or maybe not. And I have impression that the employers are more and more interested not to say that it's accident at work, even it's very obvious, it's really traumatic case. They keep on asking, maybe it was not an accident because he stayed for another hour at work, and so it can't be the reason at work. And even when the worker is during his sick leave, he is asked to come to me as occupational physician that I can confirm if it's accident or not. However, what's going on at the workplace, I think it's rather to you than to me. Of course, the legislation is that the health and safety should be protected, and there are regulations. From my point of view as a physician, I can say that the problem is mainly in small enterprises. Because this very big has quite well this hygiene services organized and keep an eye, and in the very small it's often neglected. And I see that also not only by at accidents at work, but also at occupational diseases. Also, monitoring of the workplace is often not done, and we have, for instance, problems with stating if there was occupational disease or not. Agnieszka, would you like to?
Tak, po pierwsze...
Yes, first of all, I would say, well, I think it's best if you come back with those questions in the next panel, simply because we will have a representative of the Labor Inspectorate as one of the panelists, and I'm sure they'll have more to say about zero accidents strategy. But I can take the local and regional perspective and say the following. The region I come from has high accident rates. Well, coal mining is one of the reasons, but even if it wasn't for coal mining, there is a high accident rate in a specific industry in Poland, and that's construction. So that would be a Polish or maybe a European aspect of safety, that is safety on construction sites. What I know from experience, when I take the perspective of a local workplace, I would say that there simply isn't enough training for employees. When I do training for social labor inspectors, I mention the different risks. And there are two that are related to workers. One is routine, especially for older workers, and colleagues that expect us to do certain things, or like, you can't tell me what to do because we're equal. And the other aspect is the young generation who are not really familiar or aware of the possible threats. In workplaces, you will find thick volumes, books that have procedures covering everything. There are some companies, and it's a joke, that some companies have procedures which describe how to write procedures. But to me, it's all about training. It's so important. I know that the Polish Labor Inspectorate has a project to do risk assessment to prevent workplace accidents. I was involved in a course that's offered by the Polish Labor Inspectorate, and that's how we go about this. In terms of the special treatment to those more dangerous workplaces, for example, coal mining, the region I come from, there is a high level of acceptance, in the sense that people working in those workplaces can retire early. Because if you work in the coal mining or in the steel industry, this is hard labor with high risks involved. There is a high risk of even death. 2 years ago, for example, there was a catastrophe in one of the coal mine with 18 deaths, of which 9 bodies were only brought to the surface 6 months later.
Requests for interventions. Please look at the time. We need to finish at 11 sharp. Zoe, you are the first.
Thank you, Chair. I would first like to be how thrilled we are, me and my colleague Lida from Greece, to be here in Poland, and thank you for the wonderful hospitality. Particularly the tour yesterday was a moment where we felt how history changed in Europe by the sheer force of workers and their resistance. So having said that, I took the floor to put an emphasis on a category of workers that we don't really think, it's not the first thing that comes to my mind when we think about preparedness, and this is the care workers, particularly long-term care workers, who are not integrated in any EU preparedness plan for the moment. I was rapporteur in 2 opinions and also participated in other opinions on this aspect, long-term care. And I saw that the people there are really frontline. They are a frontline of resistance. And if we are serious about building EU resilience in future crises, pandemics, cyber threats, climate events, social shocks, and even warfare, I think it is essential to recognize the long-term care workforce as a critical infrastructure of preparedness. The workers are not peripheral. They are frontline workers, and today they are undervalued, underprotected, underprepared because of systemic neglect everywhere. But they are very well placed also to recognize the first signs of the crisis coming and to care for the people who need it most when we face a crisis. I mean, the long-time sick, the children, the elderly, people who really suffer in crisis. So I think we should always be urging the EU and member states and the Commission to include long-term care workers in civil protection preparedness strategies. And also I would like to ask if there's a special plan in Poland, what is the framework, if possible? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a request from this part.
Julia.
Huh?
Yep.
Sì, grazie. Continuo in italiano, tanto so che posso parlare.
So I'm going to speak Italian. My question goes to Sławomir. You've explained the situation in Poland for social dialogue. We know that it's a complicated situation, and here's my question. Different member states will have to adopt the directive that we're all familiar with. It's about minimum wages, and it's going to apply to different countries. So do you think that eventually this will improve things? We have to understand that, are we talking about social dialogue, or are we talking about having collective agreements? In many cases, we don't have collective bargaining, and that's why we have to consider different situations involving workplace accidents. And because this situation applies to more advanced countries, when it comes to their economies, to their industries, those countries are better off. Plus, if we consider the health and safety aspect, well, I'm afraid workplace health safety is an unsolved problem. And here's my question to Poland. What's it like in Poland, in the Polish context? And here's another issue which has to do with something that we can see in more developed countries as well, and that's poverty. And that may lead to lack of preparedness for work. And again, this may lead to dangerous situations. I have a question. We're talking about anti-crisis shields. When we're negotiating minimum wages, minimum pay, our employers keep telling us that we are ahead of a crisis, so it's no time for trade unions to demand higher wages. That's going to affect us negatively when it comes to business and enterprises. So it's always a problem when we're trying to get a pay rise, when we're negotiating minimum wages. So here's my question to the Polish trade unions. How do you solve the problem of minimum wages? Do you have a formula for that? Are you taking account of a higher pay, or is it minimum wages for specific workers categories? So how are you dealing with this, and how do you argue for your case when you're faced with an argument like there's going to be a crisis, there is this problem with the US, and all the employers in Lithuania are saying this is no time to talk about increasing wages because of the looming crisis? Thank you. I'm going to speak Polish. Just a quick comment from me to the question from Romania about sanctions regarding workplace accidents. And again, I'm no specialist on that, but I think when it comes to workplace accidents, there is no such thing as financial sanctions to be suffered by employers. The only sanction I can think of is to increase the disability contribution that they have to pay towards the system. But yes, I will say what Agnieszka has said. That question should actually be asked during the next panel, because we'll have someone from the Labor Inspectorate.
Who wants to start with replies? Sławomir?
Thank you, Piotr. Thank you, Piotr. First question concerning social care workers. This was mentioned by our Greek colleague. I would say that in this case we have this very specific situation which I presented in my short presentation. The triangle of impossibility, because in Poland social care workers are employed in the units in which employer have no economic power to negotiate with them, because economic power, financial power has a local authority, and local authority must to provide collective bargaining or negotiate. So, due to this reason, mainly, we propose this tool of voluntary agreements, how to discuss between different unions dependent of the local authority, how to improve situation, for example, of social care workers which are employed by employers who are directly independent on the financing by the local authority. This is one of the issues. The second issue is this, that we would like to propose to organize local authorities in the employers' organization and to start to negotiate nationwide collective agreement concerning social care workers. Because I fully agree with you that this is social care workers are really important workers in the times of crisis. These are key jobs. These are essential jobs, and they are still underestimated in many countries, including Poland, of course. But we see this problem. Probably we will try to find an answer, but the answer needs to have another party to discuss. I mean state, because finally the state is disposer of finances through the national budget, but it's also for local governments, so this is a very difficult issue. But of course I fully agree with your opinion. As regards this, what Julia said concerning the implementation of directive on adequate minimum wage. First of all, as you probably, of course, you know, this directive is composed of two parts: minimum wage adequate, and the second part is Article 4, promoting of collective bargaining. As far as minimum wage, I would say that in Poland we have a very comfortable situation. This is also answer to what Christina said, because for a couple of years we have very good mechanism how to establish minimum wage, even if social partners are not able to agree. And of course, because if social partners, representative social partners agree, this amount of minimum wage which they agreed is obligatory. But that was not it was not the case for last years. But we have another mechanism. If social partners not agree about the amount of minimum wage, it should be taken into account the inflation rate and GDP growth, 2/3 of prospected GDP growth. So we have guarantee that this minimum wage will grow, regardless of other situation. And I think in this respect we do need to do nothing in implementation of the directive. But of course, as regards the Article 4 and collective bargaining, we have a lot to do. And this is our real problem, because there is a draft of new law concerning collective agreement. This draft disappeared in the government, in the Council of Ministers for the last 3-4 years. We still do not know when this draft will go to the Parliament to be the law. This draft is unsatisfactory for trade unions because it will not solve any problems. And I think that this is a real problem, because what can solve the problem is the preparation of action plan, which will oblige the state, the public authority, to be involved in promotion of collective bargaining. Because as I said in my presentation, this what is characteristic for Poland is a hostile neutrality of state. States say, no, you can negotiate collective bargaining. We don't want to interfere. They don't want to interfere. It means that they don't want to support this tool. So this is a real problem. I agree with this, that the devil is in the details. So.
Questions about minimum wages, how this is regulated in Poland. So I think we can also tap into the experience we have at the Social Dialogue Council in Poland, the tripartite dialogue. We have several of the members here in the room, including the chairman, Mr. Ostrowski. For the last 10 years, I've had the pleasure to follow the work of the Council. I'm representing the President of Poland. And the employers are saying it's a crisis now. Let's not increase the wages, not a good time. But over the last 10 years, there were many arguments presented by the employers. Every time, each year, we negotiate the minimum wages, I can actually anticipate every single word employers will be saying, because they come back with the same arguments each year, saying it doesn't make sense, it's not fit for purpose, it's going to break down the whole system of entrepreneurship. But the truth is that if need be, social partners can actually reach an agreement. For example, in 2016, the minimum hourly rate was adopted. A huge success, really, because some 10 years ago in Poland, we had a problem because employment contracts were being replaced with civil law contracts with no relations regarding minimum wages. But as social partners in Poland, we were able to create this, and we actually have the minimum hourly rate. And just like the minimum wages, that rate is increased and based on an index each year. Plus, we have this clause in the law about the wages reflecting an increase in GDP. Plus, for the last few years, we've had the employees market, meaning that employers would even approach trade unions with a question, what else can I do for my workers to retain them in my workplace? So yes, there was a very strong pay pressure locally, regardless of the official minimum wages. Thank you.
Concerning this hourly minimum wage, because you should know that this hourly minimum wage is not applied to people who are employed on the basis of employment contract, but for the people who are employed through civil law contract, specific kind of civil law. This is very interesting. This is contract of mandate. So this is a way how to protect those people who do not have an employment contract.
Okay, we have 5 minutes left, and I have one question to the panelists. Please give us your input, one single input you think should be added to this concept of preparedness at the European level. From your point of view, what should be added? But only one single issue. Jan Willem, you are the first.
Thank you for throwing down the challenge. I would suggest that for us, the issue of preparedness and security, that we have to defend a broad concept in which many factors play a role, including, as the discussion has shown, health and safety, but also security at the job, based on strong public services. For us, public services also include social services, elderly care, as we were just discussing, and maybe the most important, that we also focus on finance, how we ensure finance, and that must mean a continued critique of the austerity policies and also looking at the solution for finance, which amongst others is about just taxation.
Thank you.
So I will represent my field. I find that good cooperation between employer and occupational health services in the context of employees' health and safety, and using the occupational health services for everything, for all these activities they can help with, not only for preparing the certificates on the fitness for work, but they really can provide real health care.
Thank you. Sławomir.
Thank you very much. As I said in the beginning, the current EU strategy concerning preparedness is not satisfactory for trade unions because it not take into account the serious necessity to involvement of social partners. We probably will discuss this issue within our negotiations with European employers concerning next joint work program. I mean preparedness and security, because we would like social partners to be fully involved in all issues as regards trade unions and Polish situation. As I presented in my short presentation, necessary is to take seriously the role of trade unions by state authority and by employers' organizations, because we are very important players, they are important stakeholders as regards to provide necessary preparedness and security for people and for workers. And this is still lacking because we do not have developed collective bargaining coverage, mainly.
I think I've already said that in my presentation. Guidelines for workplace safety and security, and making sure that the regulations meet the local conditions.
And presentations. Thank you, members of the committee, for your questions. And Mrs. President, I would like to report to you that the session 3 is accomplished. Thank you very much.
Dear Piotr, thank you very much. Excellent time management, excellent debate. So also from my side, a huge thanks to all the panelists for this part of our program. As we were really strict and well managed, I guess we all deserve 10 minutes break, but really in 10 minutes we are going to be starting again. So refresh a little bit, and we start at 11:10 with our last session. Thank you. Dear colleagues, so after the break, we are coming to the last part of our agenda of these 2 days meeting. So without any further delay, I pass the floor to Barbara Michalowska from Solidarność, and also from Tygodnik, which I just now learned, on the session dealing with the awareness building in the preparation of the workers to respond to crisis. So Barbara, floor is yours.
Dobrze, włączę mikrofon. Na początku taka informacja. My chyba wszyscy będziemy mówić w języku polskim. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
All of us will be speaking Polish, so once again I will reiterate the title. This is Building Up Preparedness. And my guest, my panelist is Zuzanna Polak, Cybersecurity Knowledge Management Team of the Science and Academic Computer Network. Then we have Paweł Grabowski, Deputy District Labor Inspector from Gdansk. And we have Paweł Moszner, security expert, trainer, lecturer, teacher, author of crisis response manuals, and former officer of the anti-terrorist group GROM. So here we have the panelists. And I would like us to talk now at the end of our meeting. This is the final panel in the meeting. And we have heard many interesting comments. We've had many interesting discussions. So now I would like to focus on how in practice the anti-crisis preparedness works, what kind of issues we have, how much we are ready or not ready as employees to different types of situations. The panel will go on in such a way that first the panelists will give the short statement, opening statement on the subjects which are closest to their heart, and after that we'll be having a Q&A session. Zuzanna Polak now. So you will talk about cyber security awareness. So we will talk about something which has not been raised yet to too much degree. So we'll listen to it. So now I have my presentation on the screen. I see. So now when we begin, first some words where we are from. This is the academic research network. This is a state research institute which connected Poland to the internet, which is why we still feel responsible for security and safety of the internet. And now we have the law on cybersecurity, and we have a role of one of the national CESIR centers, the Centers of Response to Computer Incidents. This is the NIS2 directive requirement, and in every member state, such an institution operates. In Poland, there are 3 institutions like that. One is responsible for military area, the other one for public administration, and the third one, NASK, is responsible for all the rest, which is society, but also businesses and other organizations which are not in the range of other CESIRs. Cybersecurity is very important. And why is that so? Because we have a lot of accidents and incidents and attacks, and the number is growing. As you see on this slide, we see changing landscape of cybersecurity. We see here incidents which have been submitted to NASK, and just take a look at present. These are huge, massive numbers of incidents, and my colleague have to respond to them each year. We have seen growth coming from pandemics. Of course, everybody got in front of their computers, and cyber crime was thriving. But also the Russian aggression in Ukraine and their activities in cyberspace, well, here it has an impact on the entire situation. Among the incidents that we see, number 1 goes for computer frauds. So something which I'm going to cover later, and every one of us is prone to that, every worker, each organization. Please remember that computer fraud people, these are not highly skilled hackers who have very advanced technology at disposal, software, spying software. No, they operate differently. They operate to make profit, so they do it for money, and they use very primitive techniques. They want to abuse access to our computers, to our money, and to the network. ENISA, the European agency responsible for cybersecurity in Europe, publishes a report each year on the threats in the internet. And now I'm showing some data from the report on organizations which are most often subjects of the attacks. And number 1, we have public administration as the most common target of cyber attacks, but it is followed by different organizations representing other sectors. We see here transport, finance, and also digital infrastructure. And also we have different types of other business organizations. So it's happening now. Now, getting back to the computer frauds, what are those? Well, because this may mean different types of phishing, which are fake mails pretending that an institution is sending an email, famous companies, and these emails should make a user to click into the link to get into the fake site and type in your login or access code or simply malware. Now looking at organizations, companies. It works quite similarly, but this email will not come from major social media platform with a threat that we will enable your computer, but instead there will be fake mails coming from public institutions who claim that they will give you some money, or cyber criminals may also pretend that that this is internal email, and then workers logging in, they also reveal their data. Apart from phishing, which maybe not only in the email form, these might be text messages and fake phones, but also we have fake online shops, and also different types of other platforms, but also what's now growing. This is threat from investment scams. So someone would promise a lot of profit, and private people would be tempted to invest the entire savings of their life, or other types of organizations who hope for quick return. They will be having commercials. Well, okay, so I will buy special bonds or stocks. I will buy cryptocurrencies. But then, at the end of the day, everything will turn out to be just a scam. And why would it work so successfully? Because we are people, all of us. We are not immune as people. Different types of social engineering. This gentleman on the picture is a well-known researcher in social engineering, and he has described how it works. And it is effective, and it will be effective. Cyber criminals, they will be using AI more often. They will use advanced technology, but they don't need to, really. Because even the most primitive techniques based on social engineering, they work quite successfully. So the scheme is such that I receive a link to fake site. I enter my data, and then the cyber criminal may later, this data is stolen by scammers, and then they may take over my bank account. And in the case of organization, they will try to get to the internal system of the company, or in fact, the company's system by malware. Or type ransomware. So once we install it on our computer, then very quickly it will get distributed across the network, and it will block the system. I don't have any specific data now, numbers, how many organizations fell victim to this type of ransomware. But from what we've talking about, this will be quite a huge percentage. And what is the biggest threat now in the case of small companies? It's that if you that companies who don't know how to do it, then they will pay. Some 60% of organizations we know have paid ransom, and what it means? It means that cyber criminality is very profitable, and they want more. Please remember, if you pay your ransom once, then probably your organization will fall victim again. Because if your organization has paid once, then it will pay again. So it's really dangerous. Now, let's look at the employees inside an organization. One research made by the Dagma and Asset companies. They deal with cybersecurity. They sell commercial products. They made a survey cyber portrait of Polish people, and it turned out that employees engage in risky actions on company equipment. Well, we may have the best systems in the world, but the employees will still get involved in risky actions. They will visit websites which they should not be visiting during their working hours. They will do shopping. They ignore notifications about the need to update the software because they have no time to do that. It's always kind of delayed as every update, and each update increases our security. And also, our employees use one or similar passwords, or if they have a good password, they put it in a way where it's easily accessible. Like well-known, funny example is that they would click it on a board in their room or directly on the computer screen, post it. Yes, they take different risking activities on their computers. And why are they doing so? Well, probably because they don't know that they can do it differently. In the same survey, a question was asked to experts what organizations may do to increase their security. And we received the answers on, on technical solutions. It's clear. Well, it may happen that organizations believe that investment into cybersecurity as a cost which is too burdensome. Well, I've operated for years in this way, and I don't need to invest in it. But the truth is different. It is really required, specifically now, when we look at massively growing number of incidents. But still, the experts were asked what to do, and many of them said about tools for detection and in doing backups. But the biggest number of experts highlighted that workers should be trained, because then maybe not so many would involved in risky activities on their computers. But I wouldn't want it to sound that the employees are to be blamed for everything. They are not. They should not be. I don't like this statement that human being is the weakest link. No, human being is the most popular target for such attacks. And it's not the fault of the employee that they don't know the rules for safety in the internet. This is the responsibility of an employee. So an aware employee should understand and should have gone trainings. They know methods of reporting of cyber crimes. They have also good practice. They have good experience where to click, where not to click. So these trainings should be organized on a regular basis. So they are simply responsible for what they are doing. And first, then we can say that our organization really invested in cybersecurity. So the employees should feel responsible for the safety of an organization. Now, on the side of the company, trainings, of course. But then, yet again, it is not just one-off costs. Even if we employed a celebrity guy for trainings, those are available on the market, and the trainings are available. And if we run such a training once, then it does not mean that we have increased the safety of the organization dramatically. The trainings should be organized on a regular basis. We should check what our organization needs. We should also identify the person responsible for building up awareness. We should be having an entire program for cybersecurity and not just one-off training. And it should not exclude investing in technology. So employees should not take all the responsibility. We, the employers, we should provide them safe environment. So even if they do something stupid, then the company may still manage. And they will not be afraid of consequences and simply report what happened. So here is the program properly done. It should have all these aspects. And then who do we train? Well, first of all, we train employees, but also we increase skills of our IT personnel. We need people, IT people will do nothing without that. And also we need to train management. The management, they don't like trainings. They don't want to go via tests, but it's absolutely necessary. The management should always be trained and know what is happening. And also the management should be responsible or might be responsible for major cyber attacks. How do we train? In a variety of ways. We reach different people in different way. Well, famous health and safety trainings in companies which are online. We may have some doubts whether they really reach people. People think they are redundant and boring. So we don't want it to happen with cybersecurity training, which is why we need to use different methods, traditional forms as well. If our employees work in companies, then in one employee's room we may have posters and leaflets which will increase the awareness. And we should not forget about fun about it all. Cybersecurity should not be boring, and our programs should be assessed and evaluated. So it shouldn't be like that a company, an external company come and promise that they would raise awareness. We have NIS directive, and it imposes certain obligations on companies, organizations. People will need to be trained, and you will see new products coming on the market, companies offering entire range of building awareness. So it is available and maybe not that expensive because the supply will be really high. But we need to adapt such a training to your organization. So the trainings should be done systematically after incidents, but if we have in a sector, then we should explain to our people how to use the internet in a safe way, and also, well, it has to be done systematically. Well, a lot of free materials in Polish language is available on our websites, like bezpieczny miesiąc, safemonth.pl. Like you may download posters which may be printed out and distributed in employees' rooms. So not necessarily a lot of expenditures in the very beginning. There's so many materials. So, and the same, we may receive them from the Ministry of Digitalization on cybersecurity. So you may look for it, but we need to have someone, we need to have person responsible for raising awareness. We will happily help you, support you. So we are there for you. We inform you where to look for, how to build the programs. So cybersecurity, as I told you, is very important nowadays. The number of attacks is massively growing, which means that we need to make a lot of effort to counteract the bad consequences on our state and on our organizations. Thank you. So now I want to give floor to Paweł Grabowski, who will tell us what state labor inspection may have to do with anti-crisis activities. And so how to combine health and safety with our preparedness. I hope you can hear me. So I was presented as the deputy CEO in the labor inspection in Gdansk. So I am a district labor inspector. So I'm deputy district labor inspector. I had some fears. Why actually we got invited here? But your questions resulted in me understanding that the labor inspection has to be here, and it should be present when we have the discussion. So thank you so much for having us here. And I want to thank to Solidarity Trade Union for providing this great hall. Well, we like it a lot. And I have a lot of emotions about it. This board, this is replica, but I've seen originals when they were hanging on the gate in 1980, when you would come here with flowers to celebrate the shipyard workers who got locked inside the shipyard. 1981, the ship, Dar Młodzieży, when I was studying there, it sailed on. There it was our training vessel. And there we have MS Żuławy, the ship I spent 200 days on it on the Bering Sea with no TikTok, with no communication. I saw my wife again after 200 days. I made it. Well, the inspection, labor inspection. Unfortunately, my presentation is in English, but I will try to be in Polish. But I will be try to be brief, and I will try to make it understandable. So the labor inspection. This is about efficient. It's about effective labor law, and by controls and by preventive actions, which will limit the incident risks. Here is our mission. And then on this slide, you see what kind of regulations are there. It's maybe less interesting to you. But when the labor inspection was established in Poland, well, it was established in 1919 by a decree of Marshal Pilsudski. So last year, we celebrated 105th anniversary of the state labor inspection. So we have long tradition. After the war, we had some issues because we were included into Central Trade Union, so we are not a state labor inspection. But then again, in 1981, because of these boards, when real trade unions in Poland were established, they had to do something with us. So we got back to the pre-war model. So yet again, we became a state labor inspection. But there is an issue about it, and I will cover it soon. So now one example. Here you see the labor law on the highest permissible concentration of hazardous substance, which is asbestos dust. You have a problem with it in your countries as well. So in 1 cubic centimeter, it is allowed to have 0.1 of the asbestos fiber. And my calculations show how much is there per liter, and how much air we need to breathe in at your work. So in the worst scenario, during 1 minute, you will inhale from 2,000 to 4,000 asbestos fibers. And the Polish regulations say that this is allowable, permissible concentration. You may ask, how come? What about safety? Exactly. All the regulations, including labor law, they are just kind of a compromise. And you need to know it. Well, you know it in your countries as well, that we need to strike a compromise. We must not say that meeting the requirements of law, labor law in this case, that it would give you a full guarantee and full safety. But authorities like the state labor inspection, sanitary inspection, and other state authorities which monitor execution of the law, they work up to this threshold. This is our level, because we have the tools, we have instruments, we have regulations. We may even force employers. We may issue administrative decisions. We may impose penalties. I remember about this question which you asked. I will cover that as well. But we know one example of this asbestos, that this is not a safety level, actually. So where we should go, we should keep lower thresholds, higher thresholds, because then this is prevention and promotion. This is the second part of it. You remember the mission of us. Control and monitoring. This is what the law gives us, but then also prevention and promotion, which is above the statutory level. A safety is there. I believe this is true to all the regulations which are valid in the world.
In Poland, we use the term of occupational risk. It's covered in the Polish labor code, but you will also find it in ISO 45001, and I'm sure you're familiar with the standard. So what does it really say? It says that occupational risk is the likelihood. And it's a very precise definition, but I'll try and keep it short. The likelihood of an accident or an occupational disease. It's the likelihood or probability. We will remember from our mathematics class that probability can be high or low, and it can be calculated. When I take a coin in my hand and I will throw it up, then you will get one or the other side. And it's 50% probability. When it comes to labor protection, our aim is to keep that probability as low as possible. And that's the whole point of labor protection, not just in Poland. So all the public services, and there will be inspection services, but also employers, employees, trade unions, social labor inspectors, everyone involved in the process of work and labor are required to ensure that that probability is as low as possible. What you want to do is to keep that risk as low as possible. That's the whole point. Can we go down to zero? Probably not. Let's be realistic. What we want is to keep that risk at residual level, which means that the likelihood is quite low. What we know from experience, that very little is enough to lead to an accident or occupational disease. In preparation for this talk, I took another look at the piece of legislation which was presented yesterday, which is Civil Protection Civil Defense Act. Article 3.2 talks about risk assessment as well. And again, you'll see the word probability. So whether it's health and safety, whether it's crisis management, probability is always there. And it's something we have to learn how to judge. Because what we have to do is we identify the threats, we estimate the risk, we agree on the acceptability of the risk, and finally we take the steps necessary to keep the risk to a minimum. That's the Polish approach, but I expect that you will have similar solutions. As I was reading the legislation, I got quite a surprise. There is no mention of the labor inspection. Is it because they forgot about us? I think there is a different reason behind this, because labor inspection does not report to a minister. We report directly to the parliament, which means that we do not report to the labor ministry. We report to parliament, which means that the interior minister, who's responsible for coordinating this legislation, really has no say. We are sort of outside that system. Is it good or bad? I don't know. But then I thought I really have to talk you through the crisis steps that we take. But then I realized, after all, this is something we're doing on a daily basis. We are learning how to deal with crises, right? That's the whole rationale behind appointing labor inspectors. Safety culture. Here's a definition, and I'm not going to read this out for you. This comes from HSC 1993. But what I really like, and please remember these words, this is what I like about this definition. The safety culture is the level of safety which everyone maintains, thinking that no one is watching us, while we think that no one is watching us, right? So that has to come from within, from inside. Basically, this means we have to have a culture so that whatever we do is based on our internalized needs. It's not the trade union member to tell us, not the employer, not the boss, not the inspector. We don't need anyone disciplining us. This should be coming from within. Now, accidents. This is something I've been collecting since 2003, and I use it when I speak publicly. Well, there is a decline there, isn't there? This is the number of people who had a workplace accident. 2024, this comes from Statistics Poland. There were 67,000 people involved in workplace accidents, and that's people who were covered with insurance, with the exception of farmers, because farmers are covered under a different insurance scheme. So this includes employment contracts and civil law contracts. So yes, everyone has to pay a contribution towards accident insurance. Is this a lot? Yes, this is way too much. But then again, the numbers are declining over the years. And we can see the decline for serious injuries and deaths. Red means serious injuries, and blue, fatalities. Last year, we've seen an increase in fatalities in Poland. We know initially that 245 people died in their workplace. Last year, it was 160 people. So clearly, an increase, and about one. When you look at the previous years, however, you can see those figures now dropping. 2020 is really interesting. The pandemic, there was no exposure, was there? So the decline, the drop is quite obvious. And now with the outbreak of the conflict in Ukraine, there are many new workers coming into Poland, coming from Ukraine. They have work, they are insured, but we know from statistics that they are twice as likely to suffer serious injuries or deaths, which means there's a lot to make up for. If we want to be open to refugees and migrants, we have to do things to ensure that their safety culture increases. In Poland, safety culture is improving. You could say those charts don't even tell you much, but I've done my homework. 1953, 2022. So there is a drop between bar 1 and 2. serious injuries and fatalities. 1953, 3,900 people, 1,133 people died. So, given the situation today, there's every reason to applaud this, but every life counts, and it is our mission to ensure that accidents or occupational diseases are kept to a minimum. Causes of accidents. I don't know about your countries, but this is statistics from Polish statistics. I came up with this pie chart. Never mind the years, but anyway, in Poland we have three causes: technical, organizational, and human causes. What we find is that the most frequent cause of an accident, that's attributed to the human factor. Most of the time, it's in fact the person hurt that was the reason behind. Technical and organizational causes are going down. Now, with better equipment, with minimum standards, things are improving. Technically, organizationally, we are improving with how we manage our companies, but that human bit of that pie chart is still too big. So what can we do to reduce accidents caused by people? Well, what you have to do is train. We've talked about training today, but how effective is the training? I'm myself not quite happy with the labor code, which states how frequent training should be. But then again, I represent the state, and this is my checklist. This is the limit that I will want to check. But if I want to promote safety, I would expect employers to offer more training, simply because with well-informed and educated workers, safety culture is going to improve. So we're looking for the Holy Grail. For the last 30 years, as a labor inspector, I've been searching for the Holy Grail on how to reach out to the worker to make them want to stay safe. I came across this pyramid, Robert Dill's pyramid, and here's what he says. External motivation is fictitious. People can only be motivated themselves, and they can find the right environment for themselves. Otherwise, they will only be subjected to a variable pressure which changes over time. Yeah, maybe that's all about soft training, which is becoming the fashion recently. So perhaps we should move to the blue section of the pyramid, and that's maybe the only way to improve employee awareness. Labor inspection has been working with crisis management for a long time. Let me give you two examples to prove my point. We conduct controls, checks in places where public threats occur, because this means that the threat will affect workers and the public as well. So as an inspector, when we're there, we will look at the immediate threat to the workers, but we will also check the surroundings. Let me give you some numbers. See how many reports we've had over the years. More than 600 since 2019. And each time we respond, we take action. Why? Because there may be a fatality behind this eventually. There may be a serious injury, or perhaps someone from outside the workplace will be affected. Children, for example. You don't want that. Here's another aspect, asbestos. I think I've demonstrated to you that the law does not guarantee that you will be safe when it comes to concentration levels. So wherever asbestos is removed, employers are required to report it to us. We will then go out to see for ourselves on site if the requirements are met. This may mean that the workers are protected, but there may be asbestos dust elsewhere in the surroundings. What happened last year was something really interesting. Back in the day when they built blocks of flats, they had internal chutes for waste, and there were asbestos pipes inside those blocks of flats. And the company which was disassembling this, they never even occurred that this is a residential place. So the employees were protected from asbestos dust, but not the residents. They were not. So clear public risk and threat of asbestos. And as I've explained, a single asbestos fiber can cause threat, which would be lung cancer. What we do to prevent and to promote safety. We cover different angles, because obviously we will cover labor law, but we also cover health and safety. This is Section 10 of the Labor Code, so this is what we do, and this is why our prevention and promotion takes on different shapes and forms. I am trying to speed up. Yes, a safety culture is important, but we also have this program called Legit Work, where we are educating young people on their rights. When they take up their first job, they don't want to be dishonestly treated by their employers. And then farmers, we are not allowed to check on them. I don't know about your countries, though. It's interesting to see what will happen now with the new directive coming in, because someone will have to control farmers for their health and safety conditions, because that way in fact, the idea is to reduce the aid they are paid per hectare. But when it comes to labor inspection, we don't have the remit to control, to inspect farmers. Now, accident sanctions. It's not just a higher contribution that we will expect people to pay, because when there is an accident, they are required to report 3 types of accidents to us. That's fatalities, serious injuries, and collective accidents. So if an accident like this is reported to us, then we will go out to the company, to the workplace, but it's not about a witch hunt. We're there to investigate the causes. We want to put a stop to the cycle, because there is just one direct cause of the accident. But if someone falls from an altitude, or if they fall ill, there may in fact be many more causes, but they all come together. And this is why we go out to inspect this on site. And when we're investigating, if we should find that someone has broken the law, Article 283.1 of the Labor Code says that this is an offense. And because it's an offense, which means that someone has not ensured a safe workplace, which eventually led to an accident, the employer may face a fine from 1,000 to 2,000 zlotys. You might say, not a big range, but if they are a repeat offender, it will be 5,000. If the matter is taken to a criminal court, it'll be up to 30,000. For repeat offenders, it's 50,000. But it doesn't stop there, because if that accident happened because the employer allowed this to happen, that this is no longer just an offense, it's becoming a crime. And this is then followed up by the prosecutor. So they may face imprisonment as well. Yes, you're right. It's all about management. When people work under difficult and hazardous conditions, if there are many accidents, then yes, employers may have to pay higher insurance contributions. I'm sorry, but perhaps you can leave the rest of it until we get to the Q&A session. We have the next speaker waiting. Okay, I'm sorry, so I have to finish now. But I hope we will have the opportunity to talk about it some more. But we have Paweł Moszner, the third speaker. He's going to give us the practical perspective on crisis and preparedness. Good afternoon. I'm Paweł Moszner. I'm an ex-police officer and anti-terrorist. I serve in the police and the military. I'm a graduate of the police college. And thank you very much for having me. Thank you to the police trade union. Rafał Jankowski, I'm waving my hand to him. He's the chairman of my trade union organization. For years, I've been doing anti-crisis training. I've done this in 8 European countries. I've been to Asia, the US, and in several other places that I'm not allowed to mention. And here's the simple question. Workplace safety. Does it also involve, is this in any way affected by the crises we are seeing in Europe and in the world? And is society ready to face those crises? Well, my experience and observations show that it's not the case, because if we focus on employee security and safety only, we have to understand we are living in new times. So whatever happens on the way to work, whatever happens in your city, whatever happens in factories and workplaces may very well be linked to whatever is happening elsewhere in the world. And this may very well be linked to the war across the border. And the new challenges are new forms of terrorism, arsons, sabotage, terrorist attacks. What happened in Warsaw, such a terrible tragedy that affected people working in the shops. A fire was set to a shopping mall, hazardous waste landfills were set on fire in the south of Poland. Those things are happening now, and very little is being done to prepare people for such occasions. Some people even refuse to acknowledge that this has actually happened, but it has, and it's a fact. So occupational safety and health training. Does it really prepare employees from different industries for crises? The general answer is no, but there are some exceptions. There are groups of workers which have to do anti-terrorist training, anti-attack training, or special evacuation training. So who are those workers? In Poland and in the 8 EU countries where we've done this work, that includes people working in banks. Quietly and silently, without media hype, these workers are going through anti-terrorist and anti-attack training, because banks are not just a symbol, they are a real part of critical infrastructure. And if there are attacks of hostile services, the workers of those institutions will have to face those risks in their workplace. And then it's employees of gas stations. Their health and safety training also includes training on how to behave if there is an attack, criminal attacks, assaults, etc. Employees of municipal city offices, there is growing aggression, and so they are being prepared to handle this. And it's happening quietly, because you simply don't want any media hype around this. This may provoke idiots to send bomb emails or intimidate people, which lead to evacuation and people being frightened. Companies which are part of critical infrastructure like power plants, heating plants, they've had similar training for years, and it forms part of their health and safety training. Schools are also being involved in this. It's the people working there that are looking after our children. They are subjected to growing aggression. What we can see happening in the streets can be partly attributed to changes in society, to the war happening across the border, and partly this is attributed to the polarization, political polarization. I don't want to know about politics. I can see aggression, people coming from abroad. And up until now in Poland, we haven't had any stabbings or teachers being attacked. Yesterday, there was an attack on the Japanese-Polish computer school. There are incidents with stabbings in the streets. We didn't used to have this. That was not the case before. And we can see this happening in workplaces as well. When there are employee conflicts, some of my clients have experienced stabbings and aggression, all sorts of conflicts, and it's actually happening in the workplace during working hours. Evacuation. In many countries, evacuation is something that we train in. There was this banking village in Italy, and myself with Carabinieri, we are analyzing the safety of buildings that are like 30 stories high. And then we realized that the meeting points are only located like 10 or 12 meters away. If there was an explosion at the top floor, the people coming to the meeting point will simply die. If you've ever had a drill in your workplace, in the case of an explosion or someone shooting from a Kalashnikov, I think most of the training you may have had to do with fires. But if you're a primitive bandit and if you're using a Kalashnikov, up to 300 meters, you can be quite an effective shooter. And when there is an explosion, the shrapnels move at 1,000 meters per second. And if your meeting point for emergencies is like 70 or 100 meters away from your building, then you will never be protected. You won't be safe. So when you're only thinking in terms of the old and well-known fire threat, disregarding the changing world, that's not the way, because your regular fire drill and an evacuation, which you have to do because you have to tick the box once a year, that's not going to protect or keep people safe from anything. So when we are invited by our clients to conduct such training for the workers, what do? We begin with a threat map. We're doing the mapping, whether you're a shipyard or a power plant, or if you're a factory producing car spare parts. The first thing we have to do is analyze, as well as the typical threats for the industry. What are the other threats? You have to analyze the structure of employment, who works there, what are the potential conflicts, have there been threats before, and is this workplace problematic to anyone, to our enemies? Is this possibly a high-risk site? In many companies and factories where people work hard to earn a living, but in a heightened security situation, places like that are targeted by criminals, by terrorists, and you have to understand that. And many companies actually approach us and ask for such training. We have developed procedures of behavior. Basically, this is a set of guidelines. I'm going to share some examples with you. And what they do is they explain how to behave if there is an attack, a sabotage. What do you do? How do you behave? This is physical training. You cannot do it online. So once we've covered the introduction, we do the drills. And we don't want any media interest around this, because this may encourage someone to actually test whether they've done a good job preparing. So you have to be professional, and it's a quiet job. I've already mentioned this book or brochure which describes human behavior in times of crisis. This is being prepared by the Polish government. I know that the book was to be published in April. Now it's May. Apparently, the new deadline is the end of the year. This is designed as a copy of a book published by the government of Sweden. It's a very good publication. It's available in many countries. But what it does is it presents war-like threats, war-related threats. So myself, my colleagues from the police and from the anti-terrorist GROM team, we worked hard and collected experience from Asia, the US, and 8 EU countries. And based on that, we put together a manual for all the workers. It's not dedicated to a specific industry, and we explain to people how to behave on their way to work if something terrifying happens, from the list of the terrible events that may be happening.
And you have developed such guidelines. Just look at this picture. This is the picture made in drawing. We try to avoid pictures, because pictures may be drastic, and proudly I will tell you that my children were doing it. And this manual, which we want to promote in Europe, we will be asking the trade unions to promote this knowledge among the employees, citizens of the European Union. And this manual was consulted by me by college students and university students because we wanted it to look attractive and to be simple. So this type of illustrations are used, pictures which are not drastic. Here you see a simple evacuation in the case of fire. And here a procedure for shooting in the streets. And something more about awareness and about building awareness. I want to get back to this picture showing a police officer. It may be Polish, French, or Romanian, British police officer, or German police officer, whoever. One of our police officers, our brothers, police officers from the European Union or any other country. We may like the police or not, we may like the government in a country or not, it's our individual choice. But never ever would we provide security if we don't cooperate with the police and the government, which legally, which is a legal government. So we may ask in Poland and in other countries we have the same problem. Well, but I was asked, well, a dramatic event happens, what would happen? A vehicle would come with blue lights, and 2 police officers would come out, a girl, 23 years old, and 2 guns, like police. And what would they do? They will do a lot, because the first thing, if someone attacks you, if someone threatens your life, then the police will take attention. The weapon will go there. They will signal They will sign their presence and they draw the attention of the terrorists, and then they would transmit information to other police units, and our and people in the company, they will have time to run away or to get inside safely. So this is the foundation of this type of thinking, so that we will not be taking too loose attitude. Well, it's not about me, what may happen. The police will solve it. The police will solve nothing if we don't have good cooperation with everybody, with organizations. We need to have full cooperation. And we believe that we need to talk the truth to the society in a reasonable way, show, just like you see here, this evacuation, show the mistakes made. This picture is small, but just look, back of this black car, you see a green sign, which means it's a meeting place for evacuation. It's close to Warsaw. And this sign is there on a parking lot. Who done it? What kind of trust it is to local authorities who have done it? Well, the basic knowledge should be there. You should not be doing like that. Where would these people go between the vehicles on a parking lot limited by gates? It's a lethal trap. So you need to eliminate it. You should cooperate. You should report it. We do report things like that. We try to eliminate this kind of mistakes. And ask yourself a question. Which organization, which government will publicly, honestly, in mass media show to the society, to people, what they should do if the shooting starts? The company will be attacked, people will be attacked out there in the city. Who has shown it? So we have done it peacefully. For education purposes, it will be translated into several languages, and we tell people what they should be doing. If someone comes in to the building, to offices, to production house with a gun, what you should do? There are movies, videos on YouTube, like Run, Hide, and Fight. Okay, you may watch it, but nobody has translated it in local languages, but we've done it. So step by step, explained, you should do this, 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 and do this. Who has explained what to do if someone would drive in with a vehicle and hit people? Well, I used to work in special forces, so I did it on the internet. There is some information only, like car ramming. No procedure like that is happening. It is happening. Why don't we tell the truth? We've done it. We developed guidelines. We consulted what was happening in Western Europe. So anti-terrorist barrier. Do you have anti-terrorist barriers in your country or special installations which would stop someone from running in with the explosives? In many cases, you might be having it. But if you want to know what anti-terrorist barriers are, well, then you read about it in the internet. Many sport halls would have it, like a beautiful name of the football club in concrete. So it will protect people. You cannot ram, you cannot do car ramming there. So this is exactly what we are doing. And here you have the cover of this brochure, of this manual, which was published by the Swedish government. Great. The Swedes made fantastic job, just like in Nordic countries. Good care for it, and they published it in many languages, but it's not comprehensive. And I have a lot of family members in Sweden. I know this country very well. I've been there many times. But now they have a fear for political correctness, and you don't write certain things openly. And shooting and bomb attacks, this is daily life in Sweden. So we did something like that. A cover. The cover is real, but it's not drastic. This is our manual, and this is it is now being translated into English, then into German, and we will want to promote it in EU countries. We'll see. If someone would want to help us first to assess whether it's good or not, then you are welcome to do so. So here is the book, which, well, it's 50+ pages. It's a small booklet, which gives you the knowledge which you will not find in this booklets, what happens in the case of war. This is what we've done without waiting for governmental publishing. So it was a social initiative. We financed it by ourselves. We did it because we believe that the EU citizen has right to know how to behave in such situations. Thank you so much. Should you have any question, I'm here for you. I speak several languages, so I'm here for you. Thank you, and I wish you a safe stay in Poland. Thank you. So now I'll get back to Paweł. Well, well, over to you, your comment. Well, we have heard questions which a labor inspector should answer. My colleague from Romania was asking about the earlier retirement scheme. In Poland, we have a law on so-called bridge retirement. It replaced an older act. Now we have two lists. One list, this is for work in hazardous conditions, and the second one, work in special character. So the first one is about energy exposure. So if someone works heavily and they like heavy physical work, different measurements of this, then you are in the list one. And the second list, these are specific jobs. And the list has been shortened, but still we have it. The work in coal mining, on ship, in different sectors. So the list is there, and the labor inspection has the right to issue a decision on putting a certain job on this list, because an employer, if they have such a position, such a job, which meets the requirement, they need to pay more social contributions. And then the labor inspector would come, check the labor situations, facts, and issue decisions. Well, of course, there is an appeal path. We have some court disputes about it, but it works. And I believe it will be working even better. The next question from Italy was about collective bargaining contracts and about an opportunity for health and safety in collective bargaining contracts. Well, we know that the situation is not good in Poland for collective bargaining contract because they are they're getting less and less. And talking about these high temperatures, I wanted to check how many collective bargaining contracts are there in one region. So here, there were 400, only 400 company-level collective bargaining contracts. And these are old collective bargaining contracts. But there might be health and safety issues covered there. When I was sailing on ships, I was covered by a collective bargaining contract. So, for example, when we would be in tropic countries, we worked less hours just because of temperature. So we may be getting back to these models. We've heard propositions like that, but here again, the employers, we need to be willing about it. But we heard that we should have a green light from the government. Minimum pay was explained. I believe I don't need to talk on it. We have a law with minimum pay for civil law contracts, and these rates now change twice a year, which is very beneficial for the employees. Well, the employers are not happy about it because each time the costs will grow. But the mechanism in Poland work. The role of the labor inspection, there is the control, whether it's maintained. And the labor inspection controls whether remuneration is paid as it's been regulated. But then in the case of civil law contracts with minimum hourly rate, we are checking whether the minimum hourly rate is used by an employer, whether they really apply this. We have problem in Poland with civil law contracts. There are certain ideas now in the pipeline. We'll see what's going to happen, because this solution now is being abused. And the civil law contract, they deprive the people certain rights, like right to vacation. So working hours are not regulated, severance pays, and so on. So this is not regulated by the labor code. There are certain ideas, and maybe labor inspectorate will have the authority to transform such laws into employment contracts. While now it can be done only by the court. So if an employee believes that they should be employed under the labor contract, they may go to the court, labor court, and the labor court would make a ruling whether this is the labor relation or not, with all the consequences for both parties. And one more thing. In the labor inspection, there are 3 trade unions, and we are happy about it. I'm really surprised that trade unions may be a pain. It's not like that. With us, we have 3 trade unions, which have always been honored by the labor inspection. And also, there is an obligation to cooperate between labor inspectors and trade unions. If a trade union comes to us that they want to have an extra training for people in the company, it has never happened that they were refused this type of training. This is a special right of the trade unions, because so once again, we don't have too many labor inspectors in Poland. We are 1,600. We'd rather be more, then we'll be more effective. 1,600 inspectors, they have more or less 61,000 controls performed yearly. The needs are much higher. I don't know how it works in your countries, but we have seen a clear shift in our work. At present, some 36 controls of the labor inspectors are, the control is done by the complaint from employees. When I began my work, you would be having like 1 complaint a month. But now each inspector has like 5 complaints to deliver, and now in line with the directive and the ILO convention, we must not complain that we came to the company because of the complaint. So we are shifting from pure security to labor law. So payment of remuneration, vacations, social funds in the company, so everything which is about benefits to the employees. So because we are going there, we are leaving aside the safety, and we are aware of that. It's not good, but still we do promote preventive medal. Do you have any question to me?
Special thanks to our guests for your excellent presentation. I have a question for Mrs. Pollack, if I can. As you know, last year there was a Council recommendation on enhancing research security for university, research and development institute, and obviously the cybersecurity is one of the domain. You know, in the field of the university and research and development, openness and international cooperation and autonomy of the academic are the core principle for a world-class research and development. But the changing geopolitical situation requires a joint response from the European Union, like different tools like due diligence report, risk profiling, memorandum of understanding among the different institutions from third country. All these issues is very sensitive, and please could you give us the position of your institute for these very sensitive issues among the independence from one side and the control on the other side? Thank you.
So we take all the questions and comments together, sorry, Barbara, so to save some time. So I've got Jakob and Angelo on my list. Anyone else wishing to? I can see Dumitru, and that's it. So I'm closing the speakers list. So Jakob, Angelo, and Dumitru.
Yes, thank you. Presentations. My question will be a really quick one. You showed us on the graph, the question is for Mr. Grabowski. You show us the decline of the accidents at work from 2020 onwards. The decrease is of roughly 20% for 16,000, if I remember correctly. And I would like to know what is the reason for this decline. I mean, I know that in 2020 and 2021 you already said that was less exposure, but the trend continues or at least stays on the same level. So I would like to know what are the reasons behind it. Is it just the culture, or were there any other measures taken to decrease the number of accidents at work? Thank you.
No, najprościej
No, sorry. Hang on. Oh, Angelo.
Okay.
Thank you, Lucy. I think I can speak in Italian. Yeah, we have passive. Okay.
My question here. Well, I was really impressed by the number of data that you have shown, as last year you had 2,045 deaths, fatalities at workplace in Poland, right? In Italy, but that it's so little. I'm impressed that it's so little, because in Italy we have over 1,000 each year. 0.3 per 100 workers. In Italy, this indicator is 2.6, so twice that high. So I would like to ask you for explanation. Why? What kind of explanation can you offer? In my organization, in our trade union, we are following very closely this type of events and the fatalities at workplace. We also have murders. But now coming back to data, from this perspective, like in Italy, we have some about 5 million companies and 450,000 inspectors, labor inspectors. And this is my question, what is the number of labor inspector in Poland, in the entire Poland? I would really want to have this information.
And short comment or question from Dumitru, please.
Yes, I listened very carefully to the presentation of Mr. Paul Moschner regarding the security climate. And I have a question related to a new phenomenon which we have in the Eastern European country. It's a strong penetration of the drug cartels and the drug bands which are active more and more. We never had this phenomenon before in such a strong format. And now it's more powerful than ever. A lot of these drugs are coming in the ports via banana exports from Latin American countries, but not only. What is the position in, this is influencing our climate of security, of course, and you know, as a unionist, we have also police trade unions, local police trade unions, and they are more and more affected with this kind of situations which we are not familiar as in other countries. What is the position in Poland regarding the drug problems and how the authorities are acting and how the police workers and the people involved in these operations are protected by the current laws and political views regarding the phenomenon?
Thank you very much. Given the time constraint, I guess we are having 2 minutes per speaker. So it's going to be really challenging. Could we actually start with Pavel Moschner? Yes.
Okay. A question. O, przepraszam. Dziękuję za pytanie.
Thank you so much for your question. Well, it is a problem which is valid in entire European Union. Smuggling from Latin America, from the east of Europe is a fact. To begin with, we need to say that in no country has this criminality was excluded. We need to build awareness. We police officers, we tend to say that there will be no drug crime and other crimes accompanying, like attacks, murders, awful crimes, if there are no clients for drugs. So first, we need to begin with the social awareness, and your role here, I believe, is enormous. Someone has to start talking to the society loudly. What makes people to buying drugs from drug dealer? In the U.S., my colleagues from Miami, they said that 20% of the society they are buying drugs on a regular basis. Then, so the first response of all of us as we are sitting here is, or should be, to start talking to, just like with alcohol. If 1/5 of the society is buying it, then the market will be there and it will be growing. So it's an action which is for all of us. Police officers, police special forces, they will never be able to manage it, to get rid of it, if, for example, 1/5 of the society would be buying this poison. So I've seen a lot in my life, in Asia, in Europe, in America, and because I saw these terrible things. I don't drink alcohol, I don't use drugs, and I have great time anyway, and I'm pretty happy. So our social support is essential so that the government would be able to do something. It's of key importance. This is our starting point. And afterwards, we should inform, we should respond, and we should inform anonymously about each case of this type of activity. This is a cancer which is killing our society. And the entire Europe is in it. Just the DA, police, and narcotica, they need to be combined with our social approach. And our role is here very important. Education, training, showing it to people, showing what is happening. The same goes for alcohol and drugs. Przepraszam.
Of time. Susanna, you got very concrete questions as well.
Ale bardzo szybko very quick answer. The needs from the different sectors can be met through bottom-up initiatives. So take Poland. We have 3 main centers, but we also have sectoral centers. And so Poland, as a state, is really supportive of organizing such centers for the different sectors. So we have one for the rail system, we have one for the health system, and we still don't have a general academic center like this, but the talks are ongoing, because at the end of the day, it's those sectors and subsectors that know best about their needs, and they can develop their own solutions. So NESC, as a science institution, yes, we want to work closely with the academic sector, but we cannot impose anything on them, or that would be like a top-down approach, which is not helpful at all. That's why our role in Poland is to motivate and animate the different communities and sectors to talk about what other sectors are doing and encourage people to copy certain solutions. So we support the health sector, the local authority sector, and I expect that there will be a specific center dedicated to local authorities. And universities are independent in every way. And sometimes they cannot reach agreement among themselves. But whatever happens, it's important for the sectors to take control of their solutions. Thank you.
To Paweł Grabowski, really short answer, please.
Bardzo krótko.
Really very short. My response to the Italian colleague. I don't know about you, what makes an accident. We have 4 criteria. Number 1, it's a sudden event. There must be an external cause. It has to be related to the work being done, and there has to be an injury or death, right? So this has to be linked to the work that they do. There must be an external cause, and it must be sudden, because if it happens over prolonged periods of time, this will be occupational disease. So you have to compare it to the accident definition in Italy. But the fact that we are seeing this downward trend, yes, it's because safety culture in Poland is improving. I've seen it happen over the last 30 years plus. Employers understand that this is costing them. And there is another element that Poland didn't really used to have, because we're an Eastern Bloc country, and that's civil liability, so civil lawsuits. Employers are responsible before the institutions of the state. They have to pay social security, etc., but there is nothing stopping an injured person to file a civil lawsuit and demand payment for the accident. And when that happens, The damages may be millions of zlotys, and employers are quite afraid of this. We call it Americanization of the Polish law, and it's clear that employers are afraid of those civil lawsuits. They are not afraid of the penalties. Oh, and by the way, 1,600 labor inspectors that we have across the country. I think you asked about that too. Thank you. So to recap, I think that contrary to some of your statements, our conclusion is quite optimistic. And I will risk the following claim. Well, obviously, lots of crises going on of all sorts and types, like the threat of war, plus accidents, terrorist attacks, and lots of other things. But there are mechanisms and ways in place to be prepared and to stay defended. So that's the positive message. Which we heard in all those interventions. All we have to do is disseminate this. And I think trade unions have a role to play. And they should take some steps in their workplaces towards promoting preparedness. Well, thank you very much to the panelists.
Of course, also from my side, and of course to the moderator as well, I know that I am not easy interfering in that, but actually it's a topic which deserves, still a few comments from my side, apart from some of the housekeeping issues. I mean, I would start with, Julia, this must have been a brilliant 2 days hearing for the preparedness file you are cooperating on. Unfortunately, could have come slightly earlier, but I mean, we have been debating the issue from different perspectives, of course, at different levels. I mean, this last part being extremely concrete into good practice sharing, concrete recommendations or solutions that are, on the national level. We started yesterday with the EU level and the initiative with its 63 actions, activities being proposed. I mean, this coming in this moment definitely caused by the geopolitical situation. I mean, the war, the COVID we did have before, the blackout, just showing that our few decades having spent in relative security and safety seems to be coming to the end. And the practices we used to have in our societies, because definitely we are having professional services, critical infrastructure, and we spend quite a lot of time here on this. And here I would just mention the trust that has been mentioned here several times, but I'm afraid in critical situations there's nothing left than the trust, but we definitely need to be working on improving the trust in very effective cooperation among the different actors, which is the professional one, but a civil preparedness which has been slightly forgotten in last years, and it's coming back together with the different levels we have been just talking here about. I have heard training, training, and training, which is clear and which brings us back, although content-based, slightly shifted to our core trade union business. I have heard pay and other conditions, financing, again, back to our core trade union issues, but definitely bringing people working in these sectors of critical infrastructure, in military forces, police, firefighters, nurses, health sector as such,
need to have recognized the importance in the society, and as some mentioned yesterday, the applause is not enough. We need good terms and conditions and pay. So it's also up to us as trade unions to remind the society that if we are having politicians, different actors, full mouth of it's so important to have good health system, our nurses are the best, our doctors manage the COVID pandemic in a brilliant way. We also need to support it by really good conditions and good remuneration. Debate being extremely topical, it's clear that in the different countries the development is going on, although the stages and the phases are slightly different. But I mean, definitely extremely good that we know that we can learn from the others and share the good practices. Also good to having the recognition that EU level also needs to be involved in that, although, still to be developed, and to which level of binding measures, recommendations and commitments from the different states and the EU as such, but definitely preparing ourselves for having a preparedness fund in the next MFF seems to be a necessity. I mean, I was extremely happy in having the chance to follow this debate, to have such brilliant speakers here, with the huge help of our Polish colleagues. So, dear colleagues of Polish trade unions, thank you very much for helping us organizing this event. The speakers, the place, incredible, and I guess a lot of us will come back to Gdansk because it's a lovely city. Same thanks going to the technicians and the employees of this house, because without them we would hardly be able to make it. Thank you very much. Of course, the interpreters, without you it wouldn't go. Brilliant job. I mean, it's clear that our secretariat played an incredible role in that. My dear ladies and Pablo, thank you very much. Thanks to all of you for your very active involvement. I hope you have enjoyed as well as I did. Of course, you will receive all the presentations as usual at a later stage once we put everything together. So let me just close this meeting. Very successful one. Have a safe trip back home and see you soon.